Hello there, and welcome to Twilight Tales, where the past is told softly at the pace of a quiet breath to carry you off to sleep. Tonight, we are going to sit with an idea that sounds a little strange the first time you hear it. We think we know the medieval knight. We picture the shining armor, the gentle bow to a lady, the calm and honorable man on a tall horse. And tonight I want to tell you very softly that the real knight was far wilder than that. We will sit at the edge of a tournament that killed around 60 men in a single afternoon, at what was meant to be a friendly gathering, with the wine still flowing the night before. We will meet a real knight who rode across the land dressed as a goddess, breaking lance after lance for a lady who did not love him back. And we will clear away one of the oldest myths of all, the one that says a knight was a stiff iron giant who had to be craned up onto his horse, when the truth was very nearly the opposite. The legend came later, smoothed and polished by people who wanted the story to be pretty. The living men underneath it was something else entirely. So before we begin, let me ask you the small question I always like to ask. Where are you listening from tonight? Somewhere far to the north, where the night comes early and the windows have gone dark and cold. Somewhere warm, with a small fan turning in the corner. A city with the sound of traffic softened to almost nothing behind the glass. Quiet house in the country, where the loudest thing is your own breathing. Wherever you are, picture the walls around you growing a little softer, a little further away, until it is just your bed and this voice, and 700 years of sleeping history waiting to be walked through slowly. If a calm voice helps you sleep, a tap of like or subscribe helps the next tired person find their way here too. That is all. You never have to do anything else. Now let your shoulders drop. Them fall away from your ears. Settle your head into the pillow and let your hands grow heavy, and we will begin. Imagine the first grey light of a morning almost 800 years ago. Not a battlefield, not a castle wall, just a field at the edge of a town, wet with dew, with the smell of horses and trampled grass and cold iron hanging in the damp air. There are hundreds of men here already, and more coming down every road. Some are laughing. Some are being sick from too much wine the night before. Some are quietly afraid and hiding it the way men hide it. They have come from a dozen different lands, and by the end of this day some of them will be rich, and some of them will be ruined, and some of them will simply never go home. And this, believe it or not, is a game. This is what they did for fun. That is where we're going tonight. Into the real world of the night, the one underneath the story. And I promise you, the deeper we go, the stranger it gets. Let me say the thing plainly, so you know where we are walking. For hundreds of years, from about the year 1000 to the year 1400 and beyond, the knight sat at the top of the fighting world of Europe. He was a mounted warrior in armor, expensive to make and expensive to keep, and he knew it. we have inherited a soft picture of him. Heresy, mercy. Code called chivalry, all about protecting the weak and honouring women and serving God. And the code was real. People truly wrote it down and truly argued about it. The men who lived under that code did things that would make your eyes go wide. Fought mock battles across whole valleys and left the dead lying in the fields. They dressed as goddesses and rode from town to town looking for strangers to fight. They burned the countryside on purpose, mile after mile, as a plan, not as an accident. Kidnapped one another for money and haggled over the price like merchants. And then, on Sunday, they knelt down and prayed, and meant it. The gap between the shining legend and the wild reality is the whole story of tonight. And we are going to wander all through it slowly, with no hurry at all, and always drift back to that one quiet thought. They were stranger than the story that came after them. Let us begin with the simplest question of all. What actually was a knight? Because even that is not what most of us imagine. A knight was not born wearing armour. He was not, at heart, a title or a bloodline, though bloodline mattered a great deal. At its root, the word we translate as knight simply meant a servant or a young man, a boy who served. In the old German tongue, the word was close to the word for a lad. That is worth resting on for a moment. The most feared warrior in Europe, the man in steel on the great horse, carried a name that started its life meaning boy. And that tells you something true. Because a knight was made, slowly, out of a boy. Took a whole childhood, and then some. It was one of the longest and hardest kinds of training any society has ever asked of its sons. Picture a boy of about 7 years old. In our world, a child of 7 is still very much a small child, kept close to home, tucked into bed at night by someone who loves him. In the world of the knight, a boy of 7 from the right kind of family was often sent away. Away from his mother. Away from his own house. Sent to live in the castle or the great hall of another lord, sometimes a relative, sometimes a powerful stranger his father wanted to please. He went as a page. And from that day his home was somebody else's home, and his teachers were somebody else's household, and the soft years of early childhood were, in a sense, over. Imagine being that boy, 7 years old, in a strange cold hall, far from everything you know, learning very quickly that no one here is going to fuss over you. It sounds harsh to us. It was harsh. But it was also, in its own way, an education, and a rich one. Page was not simply put to work like a servant, though he did serve. He was being shaped. What did a page actually learn? A great deal, and much of it would surprise you. He learned to wait at the table of the lord and lady, to carry dishes and pour wine, to stand quietly and watch and listen. This was not just chores. This was how a boy learned manners, learned how great people spoke to one another, learned the invisible rules of who bowed to whom and when. He learned to ride, of course, starting small and growing into it. He learned to care for horses and hawks and hounds, because those animals were the tools and the joys of a nobleman's life. He learned to hunt, which was training for war dressed up as sport. Often learned to sing a little, to play an instrument, to dance, because a knight was meant to be graceful in a hall as well as fierce in a field. And in many households he learned his letters, at least enough to read a little and pray properly, taught by a chaplain or a clerk. He also, from very young, began to learn how to hurt people and how to keep from being hurt. He practiced with wooden swords. He wrestled with the other boys. He was toughened up on purpose, day after day, so that pain and cold and tiredness became familiar things rather than frightening ones. And through all of it ran a single lesson, repeated 1,000 ways. You are being made into something. You are not a child playing. You are a boy becoming a weapon, and a lord, and a man who other men will one day follow or fear. Now hold that picture, and let it soften a little, because there is something tender in it too. These boys were far from home, yes, but they were also part of a great household full of other boys in exactly the same situation. They grew up together. They formed friendships that lasted their whole lives, and rivalries too, out on the practice ground. The lady of the castle was often a real presence in their upbringing, a kind of second mother to a hall full of borrowed sons. And the whole thing had a rhythm, a daily shape, the same meals and prayers and lessons and games, the same faces year after year. A hard life can still be a warm one. Both things were true at once, the way both things are usually true. Let me set the pace of these years so you can feel how long the road was. Around the age of 14, give or take, the boy stopped being a page and became a squire. That was a real step up, and everyone knew it. A squire was attached more closely to a particular knight, often following him everywhere, sometimes even into war. And the years of the squire were the serious years, the years when the training turned sharp and real. He learned the sword and the lance in earnest now, not with toys. He learned to wear armour and to move in it, which is its own strange skill, one we will come back to tonight because so much nonsense has been told about it. He learned to manage a warhorse, a huge and half-wild animal trained to charge and bite and kick, an animal worth more than most people would see in a lifetime. And a squire served his knight in the most personal ways. He helped him dress for battle, buckling on each piece of that armour in the right order, because a man could not always reach every strap himself. He looked after the knight's weapons and horses. He stood behind him in the fight, ready with a fresh lance, a fresh horse, ready to drag his master to safety if it all went wrong. It was a close bond, and often a deep one. The squire was learning by standing at the elbow of the thing he wished to become, watching how a real knight lived and fought and carried himself, soaking it all up year after patient year. And then, at last, if he lived, if he proved himself, if the money and the family and the Lord all lined up, came the day. Around the age of 21, though it could be earlier and it could be later, the squire became a knight. 14 long years, sometimes more, from the small boy sent away at 7 to the grown man kneeling to be made. Think of that. We are used to thinking a knight was simply a nobleman with a sword. But behind him stood almost a decade and a half of shaping, as long as the training of a scholar, as long as the making of a priest. He was not an accident. He was built. We will come back later tonight to that final moment, the making of the knight, because it too was stranger and wilder than the gentle picture. There was a version where a bishop blessed a young man in a quiet chapel, and there was a version out on a muddy battlefield where a lord knighted a dozen men at once before a charge, and there were nights a young man was supposed to spend alone, awake, praying over his armour until dawn. We will sit with all of that in its own good time. But for now, let the shape of it settle into you. A knight was a made thing, made out of a child, over long years, at great cost. And already, before he has swung a single sword in anger, we can feel the first crack between the legend and the truth. The legend gives us a finished man, calm and complete, as if he sprang fully formed onto his horse. The truth gives us a homesick boy in a cold hall, a rough adolescence full of bruises and borrowed fathers, and a very long, very human road from one to the other. Hold that boy in your mind as your breathing slows. 7 years old, in a doorway of a great stone hall, watching the grown men at their meat and their talk, being told without words that this, all of this, is what he must one day become. We are going to follow him, gently, all the way up, through the training ground and the tournament field, through the strange games knights played at one another, through the real wars and the burning and the money, through the code they swore to and the way they broke it. And at the very end, when the history has drifted away, we will ask the softest question of all, the one that lets you sleep. How do we even know any of this? Who wrote it down? What is left of them now? But that is for later. For now there is only the boy, and the grey morning, and the long road ahead of him. Let us walk it slowly. Let us stay a while longer with the making of a knight, because the deeper you go into it, the more you feel how far it sat from the tidy legend. The legend gives us the finished sword. Tonight we are watching the sword being forged slowly in the heat, and there is a great deal of sweat in it, and a great deal of money, and more than a little strangeness. Start with the body itself. A knight had to do something that is genuinely hard, harder than most of us ever attempt. He had to fight on foot and on horseback, while wearing a great weight of metal in the heat for a long time without falling down from exhaustion. That does not come for free. It comes from years of daily effort, the kind of effort that changes a body from the inside. A young man training for knighthood ran and climbed and lifted and swam. He swung heavy weapons over and over until the motion lived in his arms without thought. He wrestled, because a fight often ended with two men grappling in the dirt, and the man who knew how to throw the other and pin him was the man who walked away. There is a wonderful example of just how far this could go, and it comes from a real French knight named Jean II de Maigret, better known by his nickname Boucicault, who lived at the end of the 1300s. The stories told about his training are almost hard to believe, and we should hold them a little lightly, because admiring writers tend to polish their heroes. But here is what they said of him: that he could turn a somersault while wearing full armour except for his helmet, that he could climb the underside of a ladder using only his hands hanging beneath it, again in armour, that he could leap onto a horse without touching the stirrup in his steel, that he ran and jumped and threw the lance and drilled for hours, and did it all wrapped in the very metal that we imagine made knights slow and clumsy. Sit with that, because it quietly overturns one of the biggest myths of all, and we will come back to it in full later tonight. The picture in our heads of the knight as a stiff iron lobster, barely able to move, needing to be craned onto his horse, is simply wrong. A fit knight in well-made armour could run, could roll, could climb, could rise from the ground, could mount his horse on his own. The whole point of the training was to make the armour feel like a second skin. Boucicault is the far end of what a lifetime of effort could produce, but every serious knight lived somewhere on that road. The strangeness here is not that they were clumsy. The strangeness is how astonishingly capable they were, how much of a life was poured into making a single man that dangerous. Now let us talk about the weapons, because a knight was a whole armoury walking. First and most beloved was the sword. A knight's sword was not the heavy, clumsy bar of iron that films sometimes suggest. A real medieval sword made for war was surprisingly light in the hand, often only 2 or 3 pounds, balanced with care so that it felt alive, quick to turn and thrust and cut. It was made by skilled hands over many days, folded and hammered and ground and polished. It was expensive, and it was personal. A sword could be blessed by a priest. It could be given a name, could be handed down from father to son like a piece of the family soul. When a young man was finally made a knight, the sword was very often at the centre of the ceremony, girded on him as the sign of everything he now was. But the sword was only the start. There was the lance, that long spear of wood, made to be couched under the arm and driven forward by the full weight and speed of a galloping horse. When a line of knights lowered their lances and charged together, they became one of the most frightening things in the medieval world, a wall of muscle and iron and sharpened points moving at the speed of a running horse. There was the dagger, short and cruel, for the close work when a fight collapsed into wrestling, thin enough to find the gaps in another man's armour. There was the mace and the warhammer and the axe, blunt, heavy weapons that did not need to cut, because against a man in plate you did not always need an edge. You needed to hit him hard enough that the shock passed through the steel and broke or stunned what was underneath. Every one of these took its own training. A knight was expected to be at ease with all of them, to pick up whatever the moment handed him and use it well. And then there was the horse. Ah, the horse. If you remember one thing about the wealth of a knight, remember the horse. 'Cause the animal at the centre of his life, the great war horse called the destrier, was one of the most expensive things a person could own in the entire medieval world. Let me try to give you a feel for the price, because the numbers only mean something if we can touch them. A good warhorse could cost as much as a knight's entire income for a year. Records survive of destriers changing hands for sums that would make your head spin. The very best could cost as much as a small farm, or a fine house, or a piece of land that a family might live off of for generations. There is a record of King Edward III of England, back in 1331, paying the enormous sum of £120 for a single horse, at a time when an ordinary working man might earn only a few pounds in a whole year. In later years, in France, the price of a true destrier could run many, many times the cost of an ordinary riding horse. Plain horse for getting from place to place might cost you a handful of coins. The war destrier could cost 50 times as much or more. Why? Why was one animal worth so much? Because it was not really one animal. It was years of careful breeding, and then years of careful training poured into a single creature. A destrier was bred to be big and strong and brave. Most horses, sensibly, do not want to run straight at a screaming crowd of men and spears. They want to turn and flee, because they are prey animals and their whole nature says run. A warhorse had to be trained past that nature, taught to charge into noise and chaos and pain, to bite and to kick on command, to stand steady while its rider fought from its back. That took a rare animal and a patient, skillful trainer and a great deal of time. And a warhorse was fragile in the way all precious things are fragile. Could be killed under you in a single afternoon. Some knights lost several in a single hard campaign. Imagine spending the price of a house and watching it fall in an hour, and needing at once to find the money for another. That was simply part of the life. So already the cost of a single night is climbing to a height that is hard to hold in the mind. The horse alone could ruin a modest family. But of course the horse was not the whole of it. There was the armour. We will spend real time with armour later tonight, with how it was made and how much it truly weighed, and why the crane story is nonsense. But for the cost, understand this. A full harness of good armour was a fortune on its own. It was shaped by master craftsmen, hammered out of iron and steel piece by piece, fitted to the body of the man who would wear it, decorated and finished with skill that took a lifetime to learn. The finest armourers in Europe, in the great workshops of northern Italy and southern Germany, were famous men, and their work was sought across kingdoms. A knight might need not one suit, but several kinds over his life, and the horse needed its own armour too in the grand style, and all of it wore out and broke and had to be mended and replaced. Add it together. The horse worth a farm. The armour worth a fortune. The sword and the lance and the daggers and the maces. The other horses, because a knight needed more than one, a palfrey for riding, pack horses for carrying, spares for war. The servants and squires who had to be fed and clothed. Tents, the harness, the endless gear of a man who went to war as a moving household. A single knight, fully equipped, represented a staggering pile of wealth, the kind of wealth that only land could produce. This is why knighthood and land grew up so tightly bound together. A knight needed the income of an estate, of villages and fields, and the labour of many people, simply to keep himself in the saddle. Peasant in the field and the knight on the horse were two ends of the same arrangement. The many worked the land so that the few could afford to fight. And here we brush against something a little uncomfortable and worth naming softly. We tend to imagine the knight as pure warrior, as if fighting were his only trade. But he was also, very often, a landlord, a manager, a collector of rents, a holder of courts, a man deeply tangled in money and property and law. The shining hero of the legend spent a great deal of his life not on a horse at all, but going over accounts, arguing about boundaries, worrying about a bad harvest, chasing what he was owed. That is not in the storybook. But it is closer to the truth of most of their days than any battle ever was. Let us return to that moment we glimpsed earlier, the making of the knight, the ceremony itself, because it gathered up all of this and turned it into ritual. And it too came in more than one shape, and the strangeness is in the range. That was the grand and holy version, the one that grew more elaborate as the centuries passed. In this version, becoming a knight was almost like entering the priesthood. The young man might first take a bath, a real ritual washing, to cleanse him body and soul. He might dress in white, the colour of purity, and red, for the blood he was now willing to spill, and black for the death that comes to all men. He was meant to keep a vigil, a long night alone or nearly alone in a chapel, his armour and his sword laid out before the altar, praying through the dark hours, thinking on the weight of what he was about to become. In the morning there was a mass. There were vows. And then the sword was girded on, and a blow was struck. The accolade, sometimes a tap of the sword on the shoulder, sometimes in the older days a real hard blow of the open hand, meant to be the last blow the new knight would ever take without answering it. Picture that young man in the cold chapel through the night. Everything he has trained for, all those years since he was a small boy sent away from home, has narrowed to this one dark vigil. In the morning he will be something he can never stop being. It is a beautiful thing, and a heavy one. And then, against that solemn picture, set the other version. Because out in the real business of war, knighthood was often made in the mud, in a hurry, with no chapel and no white robe and no long night of prayer. Before a great battle, A commander might knight a whole crowd of young men at once. A quick blessing, a quick blow. Arise, you are knights now. Because a man knighted just before the fighting was thought to fight harder, and because it bound him to the cause. After a battle, a lord might knight men who had done well, right there among the wreckage, as a reward. Kings knighted their own sons on campaign. The ritual could be as grand as a cathedral, or as rough as a field order shouted over the noise. Both were real. Both made a true knight. And the distance between the two, the holy night of prayer and the muddy battlefield blessing, is one more place where the neat legend blurs and the wild real world shows through. Let that settle as your breathing slows. All of this, the years of training, the fortune in horse and steel, the long night in the chapel or the quick blow in the mud, went into the making of one man. And we have not even reached the games they played, or the wars they fought, or the money they chased. We have only made the night. Tomorrow, in his world, the sun is coming up, and there is a field at the edge of a town, wet with dew and the sound of horses. Let us go and see what he did for fun. So here we are, back at that grey field at the edge of the town, wet with dew, with the horses stamping and the men gathering from every road. This is a tournament. And, if the word tournament brings to your mind 2 riders in bright armour, taking turns down a wooden rail while ladies wave scarves, then let me gently take that picture away from you, at least for now. Because the early tournament, the tournament in its first wild centuries, was almost nothing like, with something much larger, much rougher, and much more dangerous. It was, in plain truth, a mock war fought across open country, and men died in it all the time. Let us go back to the beginning of the thing. In the earliest days, around the 1100s, the tournament was not a neat contest in a fenced yard. It was called the mêlée, a French word that simply means a mixing, a mingling, a great confused mass. And that is exactly what it was. 2 large groups of knights, sometimes dozens on a side, sometimes far more, lined up at opposite ends of a stretch of real countryside. Not a small arena. Open land with woods and streams and villages and hills, sometimes miles of it. And at the signal, the 2 sides charged each other and simply fought, all across that landscape, in a swirling, roaring, galloping brawl that could spread for miles and last for hours. Imagine standing at the edge of it. The ground shakes. Hundreds of horses at once. The crash when the 2 lines meet is enormous, a sound of splintering wood and clanging metal and shouting men that you can feel in your chest. And then the neat lines dissolve into chaos. Little knots of men fighting everywhere, riders chasing one another through the trees, men on foot in the mud, dust rising over the whole field until you can barely see. There were safe areas at the edges, called lists in the older sense, or reseats, where a tired knight could pull back, catch his breath, get a fresh horse or a fresh lance, and then plunge back in. It was less like a sporting match and more like a battle that everyone had agreed to have on purpose. and why did they do it? That is the question worth resting on. Why gather from across Europe to fight a battle that no one had ordered, over no land, for no crown? Part of the answer is training. In the long stretches between real wars, a knight needed to stay sharp, and there is no way to truly practice for the terror and confusion of battle except by doing something close to it. The melee was as close as you could get without an enemy. Taught young men to keep their heads in chaos, to stay in the saddle, to work together, to feel what a real charge was like. Great commanders were made on the tournament field before they were ever tested in war. Part of the answer is money, and we will spend a whole stretch of tonight on that because it is one of the strangest and most revealing parts of the whole business. For now, know only this. In the melee, you did not usually try to kill the other man. You tried to capture him. Because a captured knight, like a captured knight in real war, had to pay to be let go. He gave up his horse, his armor, a ransom in coin. A skilled young man with a fast horse and a strong arm could ride out onto the tournament field with almost nothing and ride home rich, having captured other men and taken their gear and their promises to pay. Tournament was, among everything else, a way to make a fortune with your body. Drew ambitious young men the way gold has always drawn them. And part of the answer, if we're honest, is that they loved it. They loved the danger and the glory and the noise. They loved being watched. They loved winning. A great tournament was the sporting event of its age, the thing everyone talked about, and to shine there was to become famous across many lands. Young men have always sought out the thing that lets them prove themselves and be admired for it, and for the medieval knight, this was that thing, turned up as high as it would go. But here is the part the pretty legend leaves out. Men died. Not rarely, not by strange accident, but often as a regular and expected cost of the sport. In a swirling brawl of hundreds of armed men on horseback across open ground, with real weapons, in the dust, things went wrong constantly. A man was thrown from his horse and trampled. A lance found a gap it should not have found. Two riders collided at full speed. A man in heavy armor fell into a stream and could not get up in time. And in the crush and the heat, wrapped in metal on a hot day, some men simply died of the heat and the effort, suffocating inside their own armor as the dust filled the air and the sun beat down and there was nowhere to breathe. And this brings us to a single dark day that has come down to us across the centuries, a day that shows just how deadly this game could be. It happened at a place called Nias, in what is now Germany, and the year most often given is around 1240. A great tournament was held there, and it went terribly wrong. The reports that survive tell us that a large number of knights died that day, and the figure most often repeated is around 60. I want to be honest with you about that number, softly, the way I promised at the start. We cannot pin it down exactly. Some tellings say 60 knights and squires, some say more. Some speak of men suffocating in the heat and the dust rather than falling to any weapon. The exact count is lost to us, and different chroniclers gave different figures, as they often did. So let us hold it as a reported number, not a certain one. Around 60 men at a single tournament on a single day at what was supposed to be a gathering of friends and rivals, a sport, a celebration. Juan. That sink into the quiet for a moment, gently. 60 men. Not in a war. Not defending their homes. At a game. Many of them, it seems, not cut down in some heroic clash, but overcome by heat and crushing and dust, dying inside the very armour that was meant to protect, on a field where the wine had been flowing the night before, and everyone had expected to go home. That is the real tournament. That is what sat underneath the scarves and the trumpets. It was magnificent, and it was joyous, and it was, quietly and regularly, lethal. Now, you might think that a game killing 60 men in a day would trouble the powers of the age, and it did. Troubled the church deeply, and here we come to one of the longest running arguments of the whole medieval period, an argument the church kept losing for hundreds of years. Church did not like tournaments, did not like them at all. As early as the year 1130, at a great council of churchmen held at Clermont in France, the tournament was formally condemned. The Pope of the time, Innocent II, denounced these gatherings. And the punishment the church reached for was a heavy one for that world. A man killed in a tournament was to be denied a Christian burial. Think about what that meant to people who believed, with their whole hearts, in heaven and hell and the fate of the soul. To be refused burial in holy ground was a terrible thing, a mark against your very soul, a danger to your place in the life to come. And beyond that hung the threat of excommunication, of being cut off from the church entirely while you lived. Church was pulling out its heaviest weapons. Why did the church care so much? For several reasons, and they are worth knowing, because they show how the tournament looked to the holy men of the age. First, there was the simple waste of it. Good Christian knights were dying pointlessly for sport when their swords could have been spent in what the church saw as proper warfare in the defence of Christendom, or on crusade in the distant East. Every man killed at a place like Nice was a soldier lost for no holy purpose. Second, the church saw the tournament as a nest of sin, and not just one sin, but nearly all of them at once. There was pride in all that showing off. There was anger in all that fighting. There was greed in all that ransom money. There was lust in all that display before watching women. There was gluttony and waste in the feasting. To a stern churchman, the tournament gathered up the deadly sins and put them on parade. So the church banned it. And here is the wild part, the part that tells you so much about these men. They ignored the ban. Yeah, safe, completely. Year after year, generation after generation, they went right on holding their tournaments as if the church had said nothing at all. We know they ignored it because the church had to keep repeating the ban, over and over, which no one does about a rule that is working. The condemnation was issued again and again across the following decades at council after council. Each time, in effect, the churchmen were saying, "We told you to stop, and you did not stop, so we are telling you again." And each time, the knights of Europe smiled and buckled on their armour and rode out to the field anyway. There is something almost breathtaking in that stubbornness. These were men who believed in the church. They knelt at Mass. They feared hell. They gave money to build cathedrals and went on long, dangerous pilgrimages to save their souls. And yet on this one thing, this beloved bloody game, they simply would not obey, no matter how the church thundered, no matter that dying at it might cost them holy burial. They wanted it too much. Over time, the church, seeing it could not win, quietly softened. The bans faded. By the later centuries, the tournament had become respectable, even blessed, woven into the life of kings. The stubborn knights had, in the end, worn the church down. And that, right there, is our thesis breathing through the story again. The legend tells us the knight was the obedient servant of the church, the holy warrior kneeling before the cross. And he was, sometimes, sincerely. But he was also the man who, for the love of a dangerous game, defied the Pope himself for 200 years and would not be moved. Wilder than the legend. Always wilder than the legend. Rest there for a while, in the quiet after the field has emptied. The dust settling. The trumpets gone silent. And a game so loved that neither death nor the fear of hell could make men give it up. In a moment we will look at how the tournament slowly changed and meet one of the strangest knights who ever lived, a man who rode across the land dressed as a goddess. But there is no hurry. Let your breathing slow and stay a while in the empty field, where the light is fading and the story is far from over. Now, over the long years, the tournament did change. The great sprawling melee across open country never fully died, but slowly, as the centuries turned, a newer and neater form grew up beside it, and eventually took the centre of attention. This is the joust, the part most of us picture when we hear the word tournament. And it is worth watching it come into being, because it tells us something about how these men slowly tried to tame their own wildness, and how much of the wildness stayed. In the joust, instead of 100-strong brawl, you had 2 knights, one against one. They rode at each other down a straight line, each with a long lance couched under the arm, trying to strike the other cleanly and, in the best case, to knock him from his horse. It was still dangerous, make no mistake. A lance driven by a galloping horse carries a terrible force, and men were still hurt and still killed. But it was more controlled than the melee, easier to watch, easier to judge, and far better suited to becoming a spectacle, a show. And a show it became. In time they built a barrier down the middle of the running ground, a wooden rail called the tilt, so that the 2 horses could not crash into one another head-on, but passed on either side, each knight aiming across the rail at the other. This cut down on the worst collisions and made the whole thing safer and more precise. They developed special armour just for jousting, heavier and thicker than battle armour, built to take the shock of the lance, great reinforced plates over the left side and the chest where the blows would land. And here, quietly, is the root of one of our great myths. So let me plant the seed now, and we will dig it up properly later. That special jousting armour was indeed very heavy, much heavier than what a knight wore to a real battle. A man dressed for the tilt was a slower, more burdened creature than a man dressed for war. And centuries later, people who had forgotten the difference looked at the heavy tournament armour in the museums and decided that all knights everywhere must have been slow iron giants who could barely move. But that is getting ahead of the story. The joust grew grander and grander. The lances were often made to shatter on impact, tipped with special heads, so that the goal became to strike true and break your lance cleanly against your opponent rather than to run him through. Points were counted. A break here was worth so much, unhorsing a man was worth more. A strike to the helm was prized above all. Great scoring cloths survived that recorded blow by blow how each knight had done across a day of running. Became almost like a sport in our sense, with rules and referees and records, and yet it never quite lost its edge of real danger, because real lances and real horses and real men are never entirely safe. And around the joust grew up something even stranger and more wonderful, a thing called the pas d'armes, which we might translate as the passage of arms. Now this is one of my favourite corners of the whole knightly world, because it is so purely theatrical, so gloriously over the top, and yet these were grown men, hardened warriors, playing it with complete seriousness. Here is how a passage of arms worked. A knight, or a small band of knights, would announce that they were going to hold a particular place. A bridge, a crossroads, a city gate, a spot beside a certain tree or fountain. And they would declare, sending word far and wide beforehand in a formal set of rules called the chapters of arms, that any knight who wished to pass by that place must first fight them. The holders were called the tenants, the holders. The travellers who came to try their luck were called the comers. And for a set time, days or weeks, or in some grand cases even longer, the holders would stay at their chosen spot and fight every worthy knight who came along and wished to pass. Think of the strangeness and the beauty of that. A man decides, for the love of glory and the eye of a lady in the sheer romance of it, that he will stand at a bridge and challenge the whole passing world to a fight. And knights came from far away just to answer, to test themselves against the famous holder of the bridge. It was part sport, part theatre, part living out of the great romances they all loved to hear, the stories of King Arthur and his knights, of heroes who guarded fords and won honour from strangers. They were, in a real sense, acting out their own favourite stories in the flesh, at enormous expense, with real risk to life and limb. And there were rules of the loveliest kind woven through it. If a travelling knight came without his weapons or without a horse fit for the challenge, the holders might lend him what he needed, so that no one should be shamed by mere lack of gear. If a knight chose not to fight, chose to pass by without answering the challenge, he was not usually harmed, but he might have to leave something behind as a sign of it, a token of his choice, his spurs perhaps, laid down as a small quiet mark that he had passed without proving himself. If a lady came by unescorted, she might leave behind a glove or a scarf, and it became the duty of some future passing knight to carry it onward and restore it to her, a little chain of courtesy handed down the road. It is all so elaborate, so mannered, so deliberately beautiful. And it was played by the same men who, at Nias, had died by the dozen in the dust. The same world holds both. Now let me tell you about one particular knight, because if you want a single person who shows how strange and theatrical and frankly unhinged this world could get, he is the one. His name was Ulrich von Liechtenstein, and he lived in the 1200s, in the lands that are now Austria. He was a real man, a real knight, a nobleman of some standing. And he was also a poet, and he wrote a book about his own life and loves, a long poem called in our tongue, The Service of Ladies. And I must tell you at once, before I share what is in it, that we cannot take every word of it as sober fact. It is a knight's own telling of his own glory, written to charm and to impress, and men who write their own legends have always polished them. So let us hold it lightly, and enjoy it, and remember that the truth may be smaller than the tale. But even as a tale, it opens a window onto how these men dreamed about themselves. Ulrich tells us that he loved a great lady, loved her with all the aching devotion of the old romances, though she was above him and, by his own account, treated him with magnificent cruelty. And to honour her, and to win fame, he undertook a series of extravagant journeys and deeds that are almost comic in their extremity, and yet he means them with total seriousness. The most famous is his great jousting tour, which he called the Journey of Venus. And here is the part that people remember, once they have heard it, forever. Ulrich rode across the land from place to place, challenging every knight he met to joust with him in the manner of the passage of arms. But he did not ride as himself, or as an ordinary knight. He rode dressed as the goddess Venus, the goddess of love herself. He put on the costume and the guise of a woman, of a goddess, and in that guise he travelled and fought, breaking lance after lance against all comers in honour of love and of his lady. By his own count, over the course of about a month, he broke an astonishing number of lances, a figure he gives as more than 300. Whether it was truly 307, as the tale says, or far fewer, we cannot know. Picture it. A grown man, a real knight, riding the roads in the costume of a goddess, challenging strangers to fight, and doing it as the most natural and glorious thing in the world. And then there is the finger. This is the story that people gasp at, and again we must hold it lightly, because it is his own telling, and it may be more poem than fact. Ulrich says that in one of his many jousts his finger was badly hurt. He wrote to his lady, the cruel and distant lady he served, and told her of his wound. And she wrote back, so the tale goes, not with sympathy, but with doubt. She accused him of exaggerating, of making more of the injury than it deserved. And Ulrich, stung, and wanting to prove the depth of his devotion beyond all argument, did something that stops you cold. He had the injured finger cut off. And he sent it to her. Sent his own severed finger to the lady, as proof of his love and his suffering. And the lady, by his account, was moved and flattered by this, and said she would keep the finger and look upon it every day, as a reminder of how faithfully he served her. Now sit with that for a moment in the quiet, and let me say the honest thing softly, as I promised I would. We do not know that this happened. It comes to us only from Ulrich himself, in a book meant to make him a legend, and it may be pure invention or a small truth swollen into a grand one. That naming of the doubt is not me spoiling the story. It is part of the truth of it. Because whether or not any finger was ever truly cut off, the fact that a knight would write this about himself, would offer it up as the crowning proof of his nobility and devotion, tells you everything about the world these men lived inside. A world where riding dressed as a goddess and mailing your own finger to an unkind lady were the kinds of things a man might boast of, might build his fame upon, might set down in a book for all time as the summit of a life well lived. That is not the calm and gentle knight of the storybook. That is something far stranger, far more human, far more extreme. A man half in love with his own suffering, playing out the romances he adored, turning his whole life into a performance of devotion so intense it tipped over into the bizarre. And he was not entirely alone in it. He was only the most vivid example of a whole culture that prized this kind of extravagant, theatrical, self-dramatizing love and honor, that made a high art out of gestures we would find frankly alarming. So let the empty jousting field hold both of these truths as your eyes grow heavy. The neat rail, the shattering lances, the careful scoring of blows, the slow taming of the old wild melee into something like a sport. And riding through it all, a man in the costume of a goddess, with a bandaged hand, breaking 300 lances for a lady who did not love him back. Both of these are the medieval knight. Both of these are true. And we are only beginning to see how far the real thing wandered from the tidy legend. Rest now. In a while we will leave the games behind and follow these men to where the fighting was not a game at all. Let us leave the games now and follow the knight to the place the legend most loves to show him and least loves to show honestly. War. Real war. Not the mock battle of the tournament, where the goal was to capture and be ransomed and go home rich, but the true business of the sword, where kingdoms were the stake and whole lands were the prize. And here, I think, is where the gap between the shining story and the wild truth grows widest of all. Because when we picture a medieval war, we picture a battle. two great armies drawn up on a green field, banners flying, the knights charging, a clash, a victory, a defeat, and it is over by evening. And great pitched battles did happen, and they were terrible and important, and we will come to them. The strange truth is that the pitched battle was the rare thing. Careful commanders avoided it because a battle was a gamble and you could lose everything in an afternoon. Most of medieval war was not the battle at all. Most of medieval war was something slower and colder, and in its own quiet way far more devastating to the ordinary people caught in it. Most of medieval war was the raid. The word they used in the great long war between England and France that we call the 100 Years' War was chevaucher. Comes from the French word for riding, for a ride on horseback. And that gentle-sounding word hides a hard thing. A chevaucher was a deliberate ride of destruction through an enemy's land. An army, mostly mounted, would move fast across the countryside of the enemy, and as it went, it would burn. Burn the villages. Burn the crops in the fields and the barns full of grain. Drove off or killed the animals. It wrecked the mills and the wine presses. Tore apart the ordinary machinery of life that let people eat and pay their taxes and go on living. And then it moved on and did it to the next place and the next for weeks on end. Why would anyone do this? It sounds like pure cruelty, and for the people it fell upon it was a catastrophe. There was a cold logic to it, and the knights who led these rides understood the logic very well. A medieval king drew his strength from his land, from the taxes and the food and the money that his fields and villages produced. If you could not, or would not, meet his army in open battle, you could still hurt him terribly by destroying that land. Burn enough of a king's countryside, and you have burned his income, his food, his ability to pay his soldiers, and something harder to name as well: his authority. Because a king who cannot protect his own people from the enemy riding through and burning their homes begins to look weak, and a king who looks weak is a king in trouble. The chevauchée was war, aimed not at the enemy's army, but at the enemy's whole world, at his money and his standing and the loyalty of his frightened subject. The most famous rider of these rides was a young English prince, the eldest son of King Edward III of England. His name was Edward as well, and history remembers him by a nickname he gained later, the Black Prince, though no one is quite sure why that name stuck to him. In the autumn of 1355, this young prince led one of the great chevauchées of the whole war, and it shows us exactly what this kind of warfare was. He set out from the English-held lands in the southwest of France, from around the city of Bordeaux, with a force of some thousands of men, a mix of English soldiers and local Gascon allies. And he rode. He rode a long way, hundreds of miles across the south of France, all the way to the city of Narbonne near the sea, and then back again. And all along that ride, his army did what the chevauchée was made to do. Burned and wrecked and plundered a wide band of French country, town after town, village after village. The French commander in the region, a great nobleman, chose not to meet the prince in open battle. He kept his forces back and let the storm pass, because to fight might be to lose everything. So there was very little actual fighting on the whole long ride. And yet it was, by the measure of the age, a huge success, because the point had never really been to fight. The point had been to hurt the land, and the land was hurt enormously. One modern historian who studied it wrote that the sheer economic damage of that ride can hardly be exaggerated. A wide swath of a rich kingdom had been gutted, its wealth and its confidence torn up in a matter of weeks by an army that mostly just kept moving. Now, I want to be careful and gentle here, because this is the dark part, and I promised you at the start that we would cover the dark part softly and briefly without dwelling. So let me simply name the truth of it plainly, and then let us move on. The people who suffered in a chevauchée were not knights and not soldiers. They were ordinary country people, farmers, families, the old, the young, people with no armour and no horse and no part in the quarrels of kings. When a village burned, they lost their homes and their food and their winter, and many of them, one way or another, did not survive what followed. This was the true cost of the beautiful world of chivalry, and it fell almost entirely on the poor. The knight in his shining armour, sworn to protect the weak, was very often the man giving the order to burn the weak out of their homes. I will not linger on the suffering, but I will not pretend it was not there. It was the shadow underneath the whole bright legend, and honesty asks us to see it, even softly, even in the dark, even here at the edge of sleep. And this is the sharpest turn of all, in the gap between the story and the truth. Code of chivalry, the beautiful code we will look at closely later, spoke of mercy, of protecting the helpless, of gentleness toward the weak. And the very same men who swore that code spent their lives in a kind of warfare whose whole method was to ruin the helpless. They did not see this as a contradiction, or if they did, they lived with it comfortably. Because the mercy and the courtesy of chivalry were meant, mostly, for other knights, for men of their own kind. Code was, at its heart, a set of manners between members of a club, a way that armoured noblemen agreed to treat one another. The peasant in the burning village was simply outside the club, beneath its notice, not a person the code was ever really written to protect. That is a hard thing to say, and I say it quietly. But it is closer to the truth than the storybook, and the truth is what we came here for. Now, sometimes, despite all the careful avoiding, the great battle did come. Sometimes two armies could not slip past one another, and the terrible gamble had to be taken. And on that same long war between England and France, a year after the Black Prince's great ride, came one of the most famous battles of the age near a place called Poitiers in 1356. We will come to that battle properly in a little while, because what happened there opens the door to one of the strangest and most revealing parts of the whole knightly world, the part about money and capture and ransom. But let me leave you at the edge of it tonight, as a seed to carry into the next stretch of our slow walk. At Poitiers, The young Black Prince, the great burner of the countryside, met a French army far larger than his own, led by the King of France himself, a king named John II. And against the odds, the smaller English force won. They won hard. And in the winning, they did something that changed the course of the whole war and made a fortune beyond imagining. They captured the king, the actual King of France, taken alive on the battlefield, a prisoner. And what happened next, what was done with a captured king, how he was treated, and above all what price was set on his freedom, is one of the most astonishing stories of the entire Middle Ages, and it shows us the true engine that ran underneath so much of the fighting. Not glory, honor, money. But that is for the next part of our journey. For now, let the burning countryside grow quiet again in your mind. Let the smoke thin and drift away. The armies have moved on. And somewhere out there in the dark, a captured king is being led away from a lost battle, worth more in ransom than most men could dream of counting. We will follow him soon. For now, rest. Let your breathing slow. There is no hurry at all, and the story will still be here. So let us follow the money, because once you see it, you cannot unsee it, and it changes the whole shape of the knight in your mind. We are taught that the knight fought for honor, for his lord, for his God, for his lady. And he did, in his way. But underneath all of that, running through the whole world of the medieval warrior like a vein of gold through rock, was a plainer and harder motive. War was a business. And for a lucky, skillful, or well-born knight, it could be the richest business in the world. The way you got rich was not usually by killing your enemy. It was by capturing him alive and selling him back. This is the custom of ransom, and it sat at the very center of how knights fought one another. When two armored noblemen met on a battlefield, each of them knew a strange and important thing. The man across from you was worth far more to you alive than dead. If you killed him, you had a corpse. If you captured him, you had a fortune walking, a man who would have to pay you, or whose family would have to pay you, or whose lord would have to pay you, a great sum of money to be set free. So a knight in battle was often trying, in the middle of all that chaos and danger, not to slay the enemy knight, but to force him to yield, to take him prisoner, to secure that promise of payment. A defeated knight would surrender, would give his word, would hand over a glove or a token as a sign of it, and become the property, in a sense, of the man who took him, until the price was paid. And it worked most of the time, because both sides believed in it. Captured knight was generally treated well, even kindly, kept in reasonable comfort, sometimes almost as a guest, because he was a valuable asset, and you did not damage a valuable asset. And a knight who gave his word to return or to pay was expected to keep it on his honor, and usually did, because a man who broke his ransom word was disgraced among his own kind forever. It was a whole economy built on capture and promise and the honor of gentlemen, and it turned the battlefield into something like a marketplace, where the great prize was not the enemy's death, but the enemy's person. For an ambitious young knight, this was the road to wealth and standing. Capture a rich enough man in a battle or a tournament, and you might be set for life. Some knights grew wealthy this way. Some noble families climbed the ladder of the age on the ransoms their men had taken. It gave a hard, practical reason to be brave and skillful over and above the glory of it. Courage paid in coin directly. And it also quietly made war a little less deadly among the knights themselves, because a man you might capture and profit from was a man you had reason not to kill. The peasant foot soldier, worth no ransom, got no such mercy. Between armoured noblemen, the profit motive and the honour code together turned much of their fighting into a rough and dangerous game of capture, more than a slaughter. Now hold that whole custom in your mind, and let us return to that battlefield we left near Poitiers in the autumn of 1356, where the young Black Prince had just won against the odds and taken the greatest prize the custom of ransom ever produced. He had captured the King of France. King John II was his name, and to capture a reigning king alive was almost beyond imagining. King was not just a rich man. He was the richest and highest prize in the entire world of these people. And now he was a prisoner of the English. And here is where the story becomes so revealing, so strange to our eyes, and so telling about the whole knightly world. 'Cause the king was not thrown in a dungeon. He was not chained or starved or shamed. He was treated by his captors with enormous courtesy, almost with reverence. The Black Prince, the great burner of the French countryside, is said to have waited upon the captured king at table with his own hands, serving him humbly as a mark of respect for his royal rank. The enemy who had beaten him now honoured him as the highest of guests. That is chivalry at its most sincere and its most bewildering all at once. Burn the peasants, and then bow to the king you have just defeated, and serve him his supper on bended knee. King John was taken to England, and held there in comfortable and honourable captivity, while the two kingdoms worked out the great question. How much was a king worth? What price would buy the freedom of the King of France? The number they finally settled on, a few years later, in a treaty made at a place called Bretigny, is one that is genuinely hard to hold in the mind. The ransom set for King John II was 3 million gold crowns. 3 million. In an age when a working man might earn a few coins in a day, when a fine war-horse that cost a small fortune could be had for £100, the freedom of the King of France was priced at 3 million gold crowns. It was one of the largest sums of money named in the whole medieval world. It was so enormous that France, a great and rich kingdom, genuinely struggled to raise it. The country had already been battered by war and by the great sickness of the age, and now it had to find a mountain of gold to buy back its own king. To help pay it, and to guarantee it, other high nobles were sent to England as hostages in the king's place, 40 of them, great lords and royal sons, held to make sure the money kept coming. And now comes the part of this story that, more than almost anything else tonight, shows you the real heart of the chivalric ideal in a way that is both beautiful and a little heartbreaking. The ransom was so vast that it was to be paid slowly over time. King John was allowed to return to France to help raise the enormous sum, while the hostages, the great lords, stayed behind in England as the guarantee of his good faith. And then one of those royal hostages, one of the king's own sons, broke his parole. He slipped away. He escaped from his honourable captivity and fled back to France. Now think of what that meant for the king. His son's escape had broken the sacred word, the pledge of honour that stood behind the whole arrangement. And King John II did something that we, in our world, can barely understand. He decided that his honour demanded he take his son's place. That because the pledge had been broken, he, the king, must return to captivity in England, must give himself back into the hands of his enemy to make the broken word whole again. His advisers, we are told, begged him not to. He was under no force. No army was making him go. He could have stayed free in his own kingdom. But he held that a king's word and a knight's honour was worth more than his own freedom and comfort. And so he went back. He returned of his own free will across the sea into captivity in London. And there, not long after, still a prisoner, he died far from home, having chosen a cell over a broken promise. Sit with that for a while in the quiet, because it holds the whole puzzle of the night inside it. Here is the same civilization that burned the countryside and priced a king at 3 million crowns and made war into a business of capture and profit. And here at its centre is a king who gave up his freedom and, in the end, his life, rather than let a pledge of honour stand broken. The cold cash and the burning villages on one side. Almost unbearable devotion to a given word on the other. Both are real. Both are the medieval knight. The greed and the grace lived in the same men, in the same code, in the same moment, and they did not feel the contradiction that we feel. To them, the ransom and the honour were not opposites. They were two parts of one whole, the whole strange world of the sworn word and the counted coin, the world where a man's promise and a man's price were spoken of in the same breath. That is the money underneath the medieval war. Not a small or shameful footnote to the glory, but the very engine of it, tangled up with the honour so tightly that you cannot pull them apart. And once you have seen the ransom, you understand something about why they fought the way they did, why they captured instead of killed their own kind, why a battlefield could be at once so brutal and so oddly courteous. It was, among all the other things it was, a place where fortunes were made and men were bought and sold, and the highest prize of all was a living, breathing, ransomable king. Let that settle now as your body grows heavy. King serving his royal prisoner at table. A ransom of 3 million gold crowns. A son who ran, and a father who went back to a cell to keep a promise whole. In a little while we will meet the men who took this business of war for money to its furthest edge, the knights who fought for no king and no country at all, but simply for whoever would pay them. For now, rest. The gold can wait. The story can wait. There is only your breath, slowing, and the quiet. Now we come to the men at the far edge of the nightly world, the ones who took war as a business to its logical end, and in doing so showed just how far the wild reality could drift from the shining ideal. To understand them, we have to understand a strange and troubling problem that the age kept running into. What do you do with a warrior when the war stops? Think about it. Kingdom trains up a great many fighting men. It arms them, gathers them, sends them off to war, and for a time they have their purpose and their pay and their place in the world. And then, sooner or later, the war ends. Peace is signed. A truce is called. And suddenly there are thousands of hardened, skilled, armed men with nothing to do and no one paying them. They know only one trade, the trade of the sword. They have grown used to the taking of plunder and ransom. And now, in a moment, they are told to go home and be quiet. Many of them had no home worth going to, or no taste left for the plough after the excitement and the profit of war. So they did not go quiet. They stayed together. And they went looking for the next place that would pay them, or, failing that, the next place they could simply take from. These bands were called the Free Companies. Free, because they belonged to no king and no country, sworn to no lord. Companies, because they were organized bodies of fighting men, well drilled, well armed, led by captains, moving and camping and fighting together as a unit. When the Great War between England and France paused, as it did after that treaty at Bretigny around the year 1360, thousands of these now unemployed soldiers found themselves loose upon the world. And they became a kind of plague upon the countryside. With no war to fight and no wages coming in, some of them simply took to living off the land by force, seizing towns, holding castles, demanding money from frightened cities to go away and trouble someone else. War for pay had made them, and now, with the pay gone, they made their own war on whoever was nearest and weakest. It is one of the darker ironies of the whole age. The same system of chivalry and knightly warfare that produced such skilled and dangerous men had no good answer for what to do with them once they were no longer needed. And so, at times, the men trained to protect and to fight for a cause became simply armed bands roaming in search of profit, a danger to the very people they had once been raised up to defend. But many of the free companies were more organized than mere robbers. They were, in truth, an early kind of professional army for hire. And there was one place in Europe where such armies for hire found a permanent home and a steady living, and that place was Italy. Italy in those years was not one country but a patchwork of rich, quarrelsome city-states, wealthy trading cities like Florence and Pisa and Milan, each of them stuffed with money from trade and banking, and each of them frequently at war with its neighbours. These cities were rich in gold, but often short of soldiers of their own, and short of the taste for fighting themselves when they could simply pay someone else to do it. So they hired. They hired the free companies, the wandering bands of foreign warriors, to fight their wars for them. Captains of these hired armies came to be called by an Italian word, condottieri, which comes from the word for a contract, because they fought under a contract for a price. They were, quite literally, contractors of war. And the most famous of all of them, the one whose story shows this world most vividly, was an Englishman. His name was John Hawkwood. He was born in England in the county of Essex around the year 1320, the son of a fairly ordinary family, not great nobility at all. He learned the trade of war in that long conflict between England and France. And when the fighting there paused and the soldiers were set loose, John Hawkwood, like so many others, did not go home to a quiet life. He became the leader of a free company. And in time, around the year 1363, he took his company south, over the mountains, into Italy, to sell his sword to the rich cities there. The company he led became famous under the name of the White Company, said by some to be named for the bright polished steel of their armour, which they kept gleaming. And in Italy, John Hawkwood found his true home and his fortune. For about 30 years, this Englishman was one of the most important and most feared soldiers in all of Italy. He fought for one city and then for another as the contracts and the payments shifted. He fought for Pisa. He fought, most famously and for a long time, for Florence. Cities bid against one another for his services. He was paid in money and in land, and in one remarkable case, in the gift of citizenship, when Florence made this foreign mercenary a citizen of their proud city, a rare and high honour for an Englishman far from home. What made him so valued was not just courage, which was common enough in that world, but skill and care and cleverness. He was a thinking soldier. While other hired captains were lazy about the details, John Hawkwood studied the ground he would fight on, learned the land, planned carefully, kept his men disciplined and paid. He was a professional in an age of amateurs and adventurers, and it made him rich and famous and, in his adopted country, almost beloved. When at last he died in Florence in the year 1394, an old man far from the Essex of his birth, the Florentines did something extraordinary. They gave him a grand funeral, and they honoured his memory in their great cathedral, the beautiful domed cathedral at the heart of the city, with a huge painted monument on the wall showing him seated proudly on his horse. It is still there. You can go and stand beneath it today and look up at the English mercenary the Italians chose to honour in their holiest building, an honour, it is said, that they did not even grant to their own greatest poet. Now, sit with the strangeness of that life for a moment in the quiet. Here was a man who fought for money, for whoever paid him, with no loyalty to king or country, a hired sword, what an earlier and simpler telling might call little more than a well-dressed robber. And yet he ended his days as an honoured citizen, a famous captain, a man painted in glory on the wall of a cathedral, mourned by a great city. He had taken the knightly trade of war and turned it into a pure profession, cut loose from all the ties of land and lord and holy cause that were supposed to give it meaning, and he had done so well at it that the world honoured him for it. That is how far the real thing could travel from the legend. The storybook knight fights for his king and his god and asks for nothing but honour. John Hawkwood fought for a contract and a fee, for cities that were not his own, in a land not his own, and grew rich and famous doing it. And he was not some shameful exception hiding in the shadows of the age. He was one of its stars, one of its most successful and celebrated men. The world of chivalry, for all its beautiful talk of loyalty and holy purpose, produced, right at its heart, the professional soldier of fortune, the man who made war for money and did it magnificently. That settle as your eyes grow heavy. An English boy from a quiet county who followed the sword across the mountains into Italy and became a lord of war among the golden cities and rode, at the last, in painted glory across the wall of a cathedral. In a little while we will step back from the money and the marching and look at some of the strangest customs of all, the ones that show us just how differently these people understood the world, how they settled their quarrels and read the signs of heaven and swore their wild and solemn vows. But for now, rest. The White Company has made its camp. The fires are burning low, and there is nothing at all you need to do but breathe and sink and listen. Now let us step away from the great campaigns and the piles of gold and sit for a while with some of the strangest customs of the knightly world, the ones that show us, more than anything, how differently these people saw the world we share. Because it is easy, from where we stand, to imagine that medieval people were just like us in funny clothes. They were not. They believed things deep in their bones that would seem astonishing to us, and they built those beliefs into the way they settled their quarrels and lived their lives. And nowhere is this clearer than in a custom called trial by combat. Picture a serious dispute between two men. Perhaps one has accused the other of a terrible crime, a betrayal, a murder, a lie that touches his honour. Perhaps there is no clear proof either way, no witness, no document, nothing a court could weigh. In our world we would gather evidence, hear arguments, and let a judge or a jury decide who is more likely telling the truth. But in much of the medieval world, when the ordinary ways of finding the truth ran out, there was another way, and to them it was not strange at all. Two men would fight, and whoever won not just the fight, but the argument. The victor was held to be in the right, not because he was stronger, but because, in the deepest belief of the age, God had given him the victory. That is the heart of it, and it is worth resting on softly, because it is so far from how we think. They believed that God saw all things and knew all truths, and that God would not let a righteous man be defeated by a liar in a fair and solemn fight held under heaven. So the combat was not really thought of as a test of strength. It was thought of as a way of asking God directly, who is telling the truth? Let the true man win. The whole thing was wrapped in ritual and prayer and oath, the two men swearing solemnly before God that their cause was just, and then fighting, sometimes to the death, in the certain faith that the outcome was heaven's own verdict. A judicial duel, we call it, a duel that stood in the place of a court of law. Think of what that tells you about the world inside their heads. To us, a fight decides only who is the better fighter. To them, a fight held in the right way could reveal the truth of the universe, because God himself was the judge, and the strong right arm of the righteous man was God's own answer. It is a completely different way of understanding what is real and what truth is and how a person finds it. It seems wild to us. To them, it was solemn and holy and perfectly reasonable. And it reminds us that the medieval knight lived inside a world soaked in the constant, close presence of the divine, a world where heaven leaned in and touched the outcome of a sword stroke. And this belief that a fight could settle a truth or a quarrel ran all through their world, and sometimes it grew into something grand and famous and strange. And the greatest and strangest example of all is an event that the chroniclers loved so much they sang about it for generations. It is called the Combat of the 30. And it is one of those true stories that sounds almost too neat to be real, and yet it truly happened. It took place in the year 1351, in the region of Brittany, in the northwest of France. Now, Brittany at that time was torn by its own war, a long, bitter quarrel over who should rightfully rule the duchy, with two great families and their followers fighting it out, each backed by one of the great kingdoms, the French on one side and the English on the other. And in the middle of this war, near two castles called Josselin and Ploermel, the fighting had settled into a hard and grinding local struggle between the two garrisons. And then one of the captains had an idea straight out of the romances they all loved. Rather than go on with the endless raiding and skirmishing that ground down the ordinary people of the land, why not settle it, at least for honour's sake, in a grand and formal combat? Captain on one side, a man named Jean de Beaumanoir, who fought for the French-backed party, issued a challenge to the captain on the other side, a man leading the English-backed garrison. Let us choose champions. Let us each pick 30 of our best fighting men, 30 knights and squires, and let those 60 men meet in a set place, at a set time, in a fair and open fight, and let that combat stand for the honour of both sides. Not a random brawl. A chosen, agreed ceremonial battle. 30 against 30. And they did it. On the appointed day, at a spot midway between the two castles, the two teams gathered. 30 picked men on the French-backed side, all Bretons under Beaumanoir, and 30 on the other side, a mixed band, mostly Englishmen, with a handful of German fighting men and a few Bretons among them, under their own captain. 60 of the finest warriors of the region, gathered by agreement, to fight for honour before whatever crowd had come to watch. They prayed. They readied their weapons. And then they fought, on foot and hand to hand, a long, hard, exhausting battle, man against man, all through the day. It was no gentle sport. It was a real and brutal fight, and men on both sides fell. At one point, we are told, the two sides paused, worn out, to rest and to drink and to bind their wounds, and then rose and went at it again, because the thing was not yet decided. It was ferocious, and it was deadly, and it was also, by the standards of the age, magnificent, exactly the kind of pure, formal, honourable trial of arms that the chivalric imagination adored. In the end, after that long day of fighting, the French-backed side, Beaumanoir's Breton, won the field. The other side was beaten, their captain among the fallen. And here is the part that matters most for us tonight. What the men of that age remembered was not the strategic result, which changed very little in the larger war. They remembered and celebrated and sang about for generations afterward was the thing itself. The beauty of it as they saw it. 60 men, meeting by agreement, fighting fair and hard for honour, holding nothing back, in a perfect display of courage and skill, and the warrior's code. Chroniclers wrote it down in loving detail. The poets made songs of it. The names of the fighters were remembered. It became, for centuries, a kind of shining ideal of what knightly combat could be, clean and brave and honourable, everything the messy, burning reality of real war was not. And that, once again, is the whole puzzle of the knight, standing there in the open for us to see. The same age that fought the ugly, grinding chevauchée, that burned the villages and priced kings for ransom and hired out its warriors for gold, also dreamed of this, of the combat of the 30, of a war made beautiful and fair and honourable, 60 willing men settling everything with courage alone. They lived in the mud and the money and the smoke, and they dreamed of the clean and shining thing, and every so often, at a place like that field in Brittany, they reached up and made the dream real for a single day, and then sang about it forever, because they knew, perhaps, how rare and how precious that cleanness was against the darkness of the rest. Let that rest in you now, softly, as your breathing slows. 2 men fighting to let God speak the truth. 60 men meeting by agreement in a field to make war for a day into something noble. It is so far from our world, and yet there is something in it we can still feel, the longing for a fight that means something, for honour you can hold in your hands, for a truth that heaven itself will vouch for. They were stranger than the legend, yes, always stranger. But sometimes the strangeness was a kind of beauty. In a little while we will look at the other side of their strangeness, the superstitions and relics and wild vows that filled their days. For now there is only the quiet field in Brittany, the fighting long over, the grass grown back, and the old song fading on the wind. Rest. Let us stay in the strange country of the medieval mind a little longer, because there is so much there that surprises us, so much that shows how differently these armoured men understood the world around them. We have seen that they believed God could speak through a sword stroke. That same deep, close, constant faith shaped almost everything they did, and it came braided together with older, wilder things, with omens and relics and vows so extravagant they can make you smile and shiver at once. Start with relics. A relic was a holy object, most often a piece connected to a saint. A bone, a scrap of cloth, a splinter said to come from the true cross on which Christ died. Tooth, a lock of hair, a vial of oil, a thing that had touched something sacred. To the medieval knight, these were not curiosities. They were among the most powerful and precious things in all the world, because through them it was believed the power and the protection of heaven could reach into the here and now. A saint in heaven still cared for the things of earth, and a relic was a kind of doorway, a place where you could reach the saint and ask for help. So a knight going into danger, into battle, or onto a long and perilous journey, wanted the holy close to him. Many carried relics on their very bodies. A small holy object sewn into the clothing or hung about the neck, tucked beneath the armour right against the skin, so that the protection of the saint would go where the knight went and stand between him and death. Pommel of a sword, that round weight at the very end of the handle, was sometimes made hollow so that a tiny relic could be sealed inside it, so that a man swearing on his sword was swearing on something holy, and a man fighting with it carried a piece of heaven in his hand. Whole armies marched behind relics. Kings carried the bones of their royal saints into war, believing that the saint would fight for them. A battle could feel to the men in it like a contest not only of armies but of the heavenly patrons behind them, saint against saint, as much as sword against sword. And around this ran a whole world of signs and omens, of reading the will of heaven in the things of earth. These were men who watched for meaning everywhere. Comet blazing across the night sky was not just a light. It was a message, a warning, a sign of some great change or disaster coming. The flight of birds, the weather on the morning of a battle, a strange dream, an unexpected event, all of these could be read as heaven trying to tell you something, if only you were wise enough to see it. Before a great fight, men watched the sky and the world with anxious eyes, hunting for a sign of how the day would go, and a good omen could lift an army's heart, while a bad one could fill it with dread. To us this can seem like simple superstition. To them it was something closer to attentiveness, a belief that the world was alive with meaning, and that God and the saints were always trying to reach them if they would only pay attention. And out of all this deep faith and watchfulness grew one of the most extraordinary customs of all, the knightly vow. Now we all know what a vow is, a solemn promise. But the medieval knight took the vow to heights that can leave you blinking. Knights swore vows constantly, and some of them were pledges of the grandest and strangest kind, sworn in public at feasts before all their peers, binding themselves to some great deed or some odd private penance until it was done, There was a whole fashion at certain great feasts of swearing dramatic vows upon a bird. A splendid roasted bird, a peacock or a swan or a heron, dressed in its own feathers and carried into the hall in glory, would be brought before the gathered knights. And each man in turn would lay his hand upon the bird, or swear by it, and make a vow, often an enormous one. A vow to go on crusade. A vow to fight a certain enemy. A vow to perform some great and difficult feat of arms. And these vows, sworn in the heat of the feast before everyone, with the wine flowing and the honour of the room upon them, were meant to be binding. A man who swore such a thing and did not do it was shamed forever. So knights bound themselves in these grand public moments to deeds that might take years or cost them their lives, all in the name of honour and God and the eyes of their fellows. And some of the private vows were stranger still, and here again we brush the world of Ulrich von Liechtenstein and his kind, the world of extravagant, self-imposed hardship for the sake of love or honour. Knights vowed to keep one eye covered until they had done some deed of arms, going about half blind for months to remind themselves and everyone around them of their pledge. They vowed to wear a piece of chain or a fetter until they had fought a certain fight, dragging the weight and the discomfort with them everywhere as a walking sign of their promise. They vowed strange fasts, strange silences, strange burdens, all as ways of pouring their devotion out into the world where it could be seen and admired. To bind yourself in public to a hard and visible penance, and to bear it faithfully until the deed was done, was a way of showing the strength of your will and the depth of your honour. It was, in its way, a kind of performance, but a performance the man believed in with his whole heart. Think of how this all fits together, and how far it sits from the simple picture of the knight as just a soldier on a horse. Here is a man who carries a fragment of a dead saint against his skin for protection, who watches the night sky for comets and reads the flight of birds for the will of heaven, who lays his hand on a roasted swan at a feast and swears before all his friends to cross the sea and fight for the holy places, or to wear a chain until he has won a battle, or to keep one eye covered for the love of a lady. This is not a modern man in armour. This is someone who lived inside a world thick with meaning and magic and the constant nearness of God and the saints, a world where promise was a sacred and binding thing, where the invisible was as real as the stone walls, and where a man's inner devotion was meant to be worn on the outside in gestures grand and strange for all the world to see. And once you feel that, the wildness of these men starts to make a deeper kind of sense. The extravagance of Ulrich and his finger, the theatre of the passage of arms, the beauty they saw in the combat of the 30, the willingness of a king to give up his freedom for a broken word. These were not random oddities. They flowed from a single deep spring, a way of living in which honour and faith and devotion were not private feelings kept quietly inside, but great burning public things, to be sworn and shown and proved again and again before God and everyone. They lived louder than we do, in a sense. They wore their souls on the outside. And that more than the armor or the swords or the horses, may be the strangest and most human thing about. Let that settle into you now as your body grows heavy and warm. A splinter of the true cross sewn into a collar. Comet red as a warning in the dark. A hand laid on a swan, and a great vow spoken into the fire-lit hall. In a little while we will look at the famous code itself, chivalry, the beautiful set of rules they gave themselves, and at how far they kept it, and how far they broke it. There is no hurry at all. For now, rest in the old fire-lit hall, among the sworn men and the holy bones and the watched and meaning-laden sky. Let your breathing slow. There is nothing you must do but drift. And there is one more thread of their lives that we should not let slip past us, because it sat so close to the centre of who they believed themselves to be. The night and his God. We have touched it all night, the relics against the skin, the vigil in the chapel, the belief that heaven judged a sword stroke. But it is worth resting on directly, softly, because the tie between the night and his faith was not a small thing added on. It was woven through the whole of him, and it pulled him again and again far from home in the name of the holy. For the medieval knight was taught that his sword was not only for his lord and his own glory, but for God. That the fighting man could serve heaven with his fighting if he turned it to a holy purpose. And the great holy purpose of the age, the one that drew knights out of Europe by the thousands across long and dangerous centuries, was the crusade, the armed pilgrimage to the distant holy places of the East, undertaken in the belief that to fight and suffer for the faith was to wash away a lifetime of sin. A knight who took the cross, who vowed to make that long and terrible journey, believed he was doing the most sacred thing a warrior could do, offering his skill and his danger and perhaps his life to God himself. Think of what such a vow asked of a man. To leave his home, his lands, his family, for years, perhaps forever. To sell or pledge much of what he owned, simply to pay for the journey, for a crusade was ruinously expensive, another great drain on the fortune of the knightly class. To cross seas and strange lands through hunger and sickness and heat, to fight far from everything he knew, with little chance of any earthly reward, and a very real chance of never coming home. And men did it in great numbers, over and over across the centuries. Not all for pure faith, of course. Some went for adventure, some for plunder, some for the land and titles that might be won out there, some because their lord or their king had gone and they could not stay behind. The motives were as tangled as everything else about these men. But faith was real in it, deep and burning and true for many of them, the genuine belief that this hard road was the road to heaven. And even the knights who never crossed the sea lived inside that same faith at home. The ordinary pilgrimage, the journey to a holy shrine to pray and to seek forgiveness, was a common part of a knight's life, as it was for people of every rank. A man might travel for weeks to kneel at the tomb of a saint, to touch the holy place, to ask for healing or forgiveness or help, and to give thanks. The whole landscape of their world was dotted with these holy destinations, and the roads were full of pilgrims of every kind, walking toward the sacred, and the knight among them, for all his armour and his pride, was often just another soul on the road, hoping to be made clean. So hold that beside everything else you have learned tonight, and feel how it deepens the picture. This same man, the burner and the ransomer, the man in the goddess costume, the man who defied the Pope over a game, was also, very often, a genuine and striving believer, a man who feared hell and hungered for heaven, who would leave everything and cross the world and risk his life for the faith, who knelt at shrines and wept at Mass, and sewed a saint's bone into his collar, and believed with his whole heart that God was watching and that his soul hung in the balance. The faith was not a decoration on the night. It was one of the truest and deepest things about him, tangled up inseparably with all his violence and his pride and his greed, so that you could never quite say where the worship ended and the wanting began. They were all at once worldly and holy, grasping and devout, and they felt no need to choose, because to them it was all one life, lived under the eye of God, sword in one hand and prayer on the lips, all the way to the folded hands upon the tomb. Let that settle into you now, gently, as the night deepens toward its close. The night on the long road to the holy places, far from home, hoping for heaven. The pilgrim kneeling at the shrine. The worship and the wanting, braided together in a single striving human heart. It is one more way these long-dead men were stranger and richer and closer to us than any legend ever made them. There is one more question about these men that is worth resting on softly before we turn to their famous code, and it is a question so simple that we almost never think to ask it. When a knight was sealed inside his armour, his face hidden behind the steel of his helm, how did anyone know who he was? Picture it. A field full of armoured men, all in gleaming metal, all with their faces covered, all looking, at a distance, very much alike. In the roar and dust of a battle or a tournament, how did you tell your friend from your enemy, your lord from a stranger, this famous knight from that one? It mattered enormously. It mattered for the ransom because you needed to know whom you had captured. It mattered for the glory because a brave deed was worthless if no one knew who had done it. It mattered simply for staying alive so that you did not strike down a man of your own side. And out of that plain need grew one of the most beautiful and enduring inventions of the whole knightly world. Heraldry. Heraldry was the art and the system of the painted sign. Each knight, each noble family, came to bear its own special design, its own unique pattern of colours and shapes and figures, painted large and bright upon the shield, stitched onto the cloth coat worn over the armour, flown from the banner, worked into the very crest on top of the helm. A red lion on a gold field, 3 silver stars on blue, a black eagle, a white cross, a band of checkered squares. Each design belonged to one family, one line, and to bear it was to announce, across the whole width of a battlefield, exactly who you were. The man behind the faceless steel became known again by the bright sign he carried, readable at a glance, even in the chaos, even with his face hidden. Coat of arms, we still call it, that same phrase, the coat worn over the armour, painted with the sign that named the man. And here is the loveliest part. This began as a plain and practical thing, a way to be recognized in the fight. But it grew, as these things do, into something far richer, a whole language of pride and family and belonging. The designs were passed down from father to son, so that a coat of arms became the visible soul of a family, carried across the generations, a thing you were born to and would hand on to your children. Rules grew up around it, careful and elaborate rules about which colours could sit beside which, how designs could be combined when two great families married, who had the right to bear what. Special men, called heralds, became the keepers of all this knowledge, the experts who could read a shield across a field and tell you at once whose it was and what his lineage had been. The herald knew every family's sign, every knight's device, and could name the men on a battlefield the way you might name faces in a crowd. From their name we still have the very word heraldry, and the whole art of the coat of arms that has come down to us across the centuries, still used, still painted, still carrying the pride of families and cities and nations to this very day. Think of what that tells us about these men one more time. Underneath the terrifying steel, underneath the anonymity of the armour, was a deep and human hunger to be known, to be recognized, to be seen doing brave things and remembered for them and told apart from the crowd. They could have stayed faceless in their identical armour. Instead they covered themselves in bright colour and bold sign, each man crying out, in effect, across the whole field, "Here I am. This is who I am. Know me, remember me." It is the same hunger we met at the very heart of the stone knight in his tomb, the wish to be remembered, to matter, to leave a mark. And they answered it in life, with paint and cloth and colour, turning a battlefield of anonymous metal men into a gorgeous, blazing pageant of names and families and pride. And that pageant reached its fullest glory not in war, but in the great feasts and gatherings, the tournaments and the courts, where all the colour came out to be admired. Picture one of the great tournament days at its height, not the deadly melee of the early years, but the grand glittering spectacle of the later ones. The stands full of watching lords and ladies in their finest. The knights riding out in their painted coats, their banners flying, their crests nodding on their helms, their horses draped in cloth, worked with the family signs. The heralds calling out the names as the great men entered. The blaze of colour everywhere, red and gold and blue and silver, each patch of it a name, a family, a story. And then, at evening, the feast. The great hall, warm with firelight and crowded with the whole shining company. The long tables heavy with food, the roasted meats carried in, the wine flowing, the music, the songs of love and war, the laughter and the boasting, and the sworn vows spoken over the peacock or the swan. This was the other face of the knightly world, not the burning and the dying, but the feasting and the colour and the sheer joyful splendour of it, the part they loved and lived for in the long stretches between the fighting. There is something warm to rest in there at the end of all the harder truths we have faced tonight. Because for all the darkness we have not looked away from, the burning fields and the counted ransoms and the peasants left outside the shelter of the code, these were also people who knew how to gather and feast and sing and take joy in bright colours and good company and a great day shared with their friends. They loved beauty. They loved celebration. They loved the warm hall on a cold night, the fire and the food and the familiar faces and the old songs. And in that, once again, they are not far from us at all, but very close, kin to every gathering of friends around a table that has ever warmed a winter night, kin to every one of us who has ever felt the simple, deep gladness of being among our own people in a warm, bright room while the dark and the cold stay outside. So let that warm and gentle picture be one of the last you hold as the night carries you down. The blazing colours of the coats of arms, each one a name, a wish to be known, a family's pride made visible. The great hall full of firelight and song, and the faces of friends. The whole bright, joyful, human side of the nightly world, so easy to forget beneath the armour and the battles, but just as real and just as much a part of who they were. They fought, yes. They also feasted and sang and gathered and loved to be together in the warm and the light. And now the hall is growing quiet, and the fire is burning low, and the singers have set down their instruments, and one by one the bright company is drifting off to sleep, just as you are drifting now. And now we come to the code itself. Chivalry. The word alone carries so much. It brings to mind everything gentle and noble about the knight, the mercy and the courtesy, the protection of the weak, the honour and the faith. And it is time, on our slow walk tonight, to look at that code directly and to ask the honest question. What was chivalry really? Where did it come from? And how far did the men who swore it actually live by it? The word itself gives us our first clue, and it is a telling one. Chivalry comes from the French word for a horse and for a horseman. At its very root, before it meant anything gentle at all, chivalry simply meant the ways of the mounted warrior, the knight on his horse. It was, first and most plainly, about the man who fought from horseback, the expensive, armoured, mounted fighter we have followed all night. Only slowly, over the long centuries, did this plain word for horsemanship gather to itself all the beautiful meanings we now hang upon it. And that is worth remembering, because it tells us that chivalry began not as a set of gentle virtues, but as the culture and the pride of a class of professional killers on horseback, and that everything soft and noble in it was added on top of that hard foundation over time with great effort. So what were the virtues that got added? What did chivalry at its fullest ask of a knight? It asked him to be brave, of course, above all things, to face danger without flinching, for courage was the root virtue of the fighting man. It asked him to be loyal, faithful to his lord and his sworn word, for a knight who broke faith was nothing. It asked him to be generous, open-handed, free with his wealth, for a great knight was meant to give lavishly and never to be mean or grasping. It asked him to have honour, a fierce and touchy sense of his own worth and good name, to be defended at all costs. It asked him to serve and defend the Church and the Christian faith. It asked him to show mercy to the defeated, to be courteous and gentle in manner, especially toward women and toward those weaker than himself. And in its highest and most romantic form, it asked him to be a devoted servant of love, to honour and serve a noble lady with the same faithfulness he owed his lord. It is a beautiful code when you lay it all out. Brave, loyal, generous, honourable, faithful, merciful, courteous, devoted. If every knight had truly lived it, the Middle Ages would have been a gentler time than any before or since. But of course they did not truly live it, not all of them, not all the time, and this is where we must be honest, softly and without cruelty, because the gap between the code on the page and the life in the field is the very heart of everything we have seen tonight. We have followed these men through their real lives now for a good while. We have seen them ride the chevauchée, burning the villages of ordinary people who had no armour and no part in the quarrel. We have seen them make war into a business of capture and ransom, weighing a man's freedom in gold. We have seen them hire themselves out for pay to fight for cities that were not their own. We have seen them defy the Church for centuries over a bloody game they could not give up. The mercy of chivalry was real, but it was mostly a mercy shown to other knights, to men of their own kind, inside the club. The courtesy was real, but it lived alongside a casual willingness to ruin the poor. Code was not a lie. But it was, in large part, a code for how the powerful treated the powerful, an agreement among armoured gentlemen about how to behave toward one another, and it left the greater part of humanity, peasants and the townsfolk and the weak, mostly outside its shelter. And the people of the age were not blind to this. This is the part that surprises many. They knew. They could see the distance between the shining ideal and the hard reality just as clearly as we can, and it troubled them, and they talked about it and wrote about it and worried over it. And out of that worry came one of the most interesting things of all. A deliberate effort by kings and great lords to reach up and pull the wild reality a little closer to the beautiful ideal. To take these dangerous, greedy, violent, glorious men and to civilize them, to channel their fierceness toward something nobler, to bind them to the code more tightly by giving them something to belong to. And the great tool they reached for was the chivalric order. A chivalric order was a kind of club, but a club with a soul, a select brotherhood of knights bound together by shared vows, shared honour, and devotion to a shared ideal, usually under a king and under a patron saint. To be chosen for such an order was one of the highest honours a knight could receive, a public sign that he stood among the very best and most honourable of his kind. And the whole point of it, underneath the ceremony and the splendour, was to encourage these men to be their better selves, to bind them by pride and belonging to the noble side of the code rather than the greedy one. The most famous of all these orders was founded in England by that same King Edward III, whose son burned the French countryside and captured the French king. Around the year 1348, King Edward founded the Order of the Garter, and it is still going today, nearly 700 years later, the oldest and most honoured order of chivalry in Britain, which tells you how powerful the idea was. Edward founded it on the feast day of St. George, the soldier saint, the dragon slayer, the patron of England and the very model of the Christian knight. And he built it deliberately in the image of a legend, the legend of King Arthur and his Knights of the Round Table, beloved old story of a fellowship of the finest knights gathered in equal honour around their king. Edward wanted to make that legend real, to gather around himself a brotherhood of the best knights of his realm, bound in honour and glory, a living round table. The order was small, and that was part of its power. Only a few could belong. King himself, and a select number of companion knights chosen from among the greatest of the age, 25 of them alongside the king at the founding. To be one of that small number was to be marked out as among the very finest knights alive. They had their own chapel, their own robes, their own ceremonies, their own badge. The garter itself, a small strap worn about the leg, with its famous motto in Old French, which means, roughly, "Shame on him who thinks ill of it." There is a well-loved story that the whole thing began when a lady dropped her garter at a court dance, and the king, to spare her embarrassment as others snickered, it up and bound it about his own leg and spoke those words, turning a moment of shame into a badge of honour. Whether that pretty story is true we cannot say, and there are other explanations, more practical ones, about the straps used to buckle armour. But the motto and the badge endured, and the order became the very summit of English chivalry. And here is the deep and slightly sad truth underneath the splendour of the Order of the Garter and all the orders like it. They were, in large part, an attempt to solve the very problem we have watched all night. They were an effort to take the wild, greedy, violent energy of the knightly class and to lift it, to shape it, to bind it by pride and belonging toward honour and virtue and away from mere plunder. Kings who founded them understood that their knights were not the gentle heroes of the storybooks. They founded these glittering brotherhoods precisely because they knew how far the reality fell short, and they hoped, by dangling the highest honour before the best men, to call the whole class upward toward its own better dream. Did it work? A little, perhaps. Orders did help to spread and to celebrate the noble ideals, to make honour and courtesy and faith fashionable among the powerful, to give the code a home and a splendour it might otherwise have lacked. But they could not change the hard foundation underneath. The chevauchée still burned. The ransoms were still counted. The free companies still roamed. The beautiful code and the hard reality went on living side by side as they always had, in the same men, in the same age. Order of the Garter, in all its glory, was the dream of chivalry made visible. And the burning villages were the reality of chivalry, and both were true at once, and the distance between them is the space where the whole strange human, unforgettable story of the night lives and breathes. Let that rest in you now, gently, as the fire burns low. The small strap of silk with its proud old motto. King gathering his chosen few around a table meant to echo a legend. And underneath it all, the quiet, honest knowledge that they were not what the stories said, and the reaching, hopeful wish that they might yet become it. In a little while we will turn to that great and calming question, the one I promised you at the very start. How do we even know all this? Who wrote it down? What is left of them now? But for now, rest. Chosen knights are at their prayers in the chapel, and the candles are guttering low, and there is nothing at all you need to do but breathe and let go and drift. Before we turn to that gentle final question, how we know any of this at all, there is one more thing I promised you early tonight that we would come back to and set right. It is the greatest myth of all about the night, the one that almost everyone half believes, and it is worth clearing away softly and carefully, because clearing it away lets you see the real man more clearly than ever. It is the myth of the armor. The myth that a knight in his steel was a slow, helpless iron giant, so weighed down that he could barely move, so clumsy that he had to be lifted onto his horse by a crane, and that if he fell over in battle, he lay there like an upturned beetle, unable to rise. It is a wonderful picture, and it is almost entirely wrong. Let us start with the plain matter of weight, because that is where the truth begins. A full suit of plate armor, the kind a knight wore into real battle in the later Middle Ages, weighed altogether somewhere around 45 to 55 pounds. That is the weight spread across the whole body of the complete harness, from the helmet on his head to the plates on his feet. Now, 45 to 55 pounds is a real weight, no question. But hold it up against something you know. That is about the weight of the full kit that a modern soldier carries into battle today, the pack and the gear and the armor and the water and the ammunition. In fact, the modern soldier often carries more. And no one imagines that a modern soldier cannot run or jump or get up when he falls down. But here is the truly important part, the part that makes all the difference, and it is not really about the number of pounds at all. It is about where the weight sits. When a modern soldier carries 50 pounds, most of it hangs on his back and his shoulders, all gathered in one place, dragging him down. But a knight's armor did not work that way. The whole genius of plate armor, the thing the great armorers spent their lifetimes perfecting, was that the weight was spread out across the entire body. A few pounds on the head, a few on each arm, a few on the chest and the back, a few on each leg. The weight was carried by the whole frame at once, by the bones and muscles of the legs and hips and shoulders together, the way your own weight is carried by your whole body when you stand. And armor spread that way fitted well to the man who wore it, felt far lighter and far freer than the same weight bundled onto the back. A man in a good harness of plate could move with a freedom that seems impossible until you understand how cleverly the load was carried. And these suits were made with astonishing skill, fitted to the individual body of the man who would wear them, jointed and hinged and overlapped so that a knight could move almost as freely as if he wore nothing at all. Plates slid over one another at the shoulders and elbows and knees. The joints bent where the body bent. The whole thing was a masterpiece of the craft, the work of years of a master armourer's learning, made not to imprison a man but to protect him while letting him fight. It was, in its way, one of the great engineering achievements of the age, a suit that could turn a blade and yet let its wearer run and climb and mount and rise. Do you remember Boucicault from early in our walk tonight? That French knight, Jean Le Mangret, of whom they told those almost unbelievable stories. That he could turn a somersault in his armour, all but the helmet. That he could climb the underside of a ladder by his hands alone, hanging beneath it in his steel. That he could vault onto his horse without touching the stirrup. Those stories are the proof of the pudding. Even if we hold them a little loosely, even if the admirers polish their hero, they only make sense at all in a world where a fit knight in armour could move with real freedom and power. You cannot tell a somersault story about a man in a costume that pins him helpless. The very existence of these boasts tells us what everyone at the time simply knew, that a trained knight in good battle armour was an agile and dangerous athlete, not a stranded turtle. So where on earth did the crane story come from? The idea that knights were hoisted onto their horses by some machine, lowered into the saddle like a barrel onto a cart. Because it is a real belief, many people carry it. And it is worth understanding where it came from, because the answer is itself a lesson in how myths are made. It came, as best we can tell, from two things braided together, long after the age of knights was over. The first is the confusion of battle armour with tournament armour, that seed I planted earlier tonight. Remember that the special armour made for jousting, for the tilt, was a different and much heavier thing than the armour a knight wore to war. Tournament armour was built like a shell, thick and reinforced, made to take the shock of a lance again and again in a sport where you did not need to move freely, only to sit your horse and absorb the blow. A man dressed for the tilt truly was a slow and burdened creature, and he might well have needed help getting up. And centuries later, when the age of the knight was long gone, the pieces that survived best, that ended up in the great collections and the museums, were often these heavy showpieces of tournament armour, because they were grand and precious and kept as treasures. So people of a later age looked at the heavy jousting armour hanging in the halls, the only kind many of them ever saw up close, and they imagined that all knights, everywhere, always, had worn something so ponderous. They took the special heavy sporting kit for the everyday armour of war, and from that mistake the clumsy iron giant was born. The second thing was simply the passage of time and the love of a good story. By the time people began telling the crane tale in earnest, no one alive had ever seen a real knight fight in real battle armour. The knowledge was lost, the living skill was gone, and into that empty space the imagination poured its inventions. The crane story is, as far as we can tell, a much later fabrication, an idea from long after the Middle Ages, dreamed up by people who no longer understood what they were looking at. It has no root in the real world of the night at all. It is a myth, about a myth, a misunderstanding piled on a misunderstanding, and it has stuck in the popular mind for centuries precisely because it is so vivid and so amusing. But now you know better. Now, when you picture the night, you can set the crane aside forever. Picture instead the truth, which is far more impressive. A man in a fitted suit of jointed steel, the weight spread lightly across his whole body, able to run, to climb, to leap, to fall and rise again, to vault into his saddle unaided, to fight for hours in the heat. Not a helpless iron shell. Trained and armoured athlete, made dangerous by years of effort and by the genius of the armourer's craft. The reality, as it so often is with the night, is not smaller than the legend. It is larger, wilder, more astonishing. The real thing was more, not less. And this brings us, gently, right to the edge of that last quiet question, the most restful question of all. Because think about how we know this. Think about how we can say, with confidence, that a knight's battle armour weighed around 50 pounds and that the weight was spread across the body and that men like Boucicaut could move freely in it. We know because the armour itself survives. Real suits, real pieces, made by real hands 500 and 600 years ago, still exist, kept safe in the great collections of the world, where they can be weighed and measured and studied and even, carefully, tried on. We can put the real thing on a scale. We can see how it moves. The past, in this one solid form, has reached all the way to us, hammered iron and riveted plate, and it lets us test the stories against the truth. And that, the survival of things and words across the centuries, is where we are going to spend the last calm stretch of our journey tonight. Not on the battles or the burning or the gold, but on the quiet miracle that we know these people at all, that anything of them reached us across all that dark distance of years. Let that be where we drift now, as your body grows heavy and the night deepens. Set the crane aside. Keep the truth, which is finer, and come with me, slowly, into the last soft question. How do we even know? Rest now, and we will begin the ending. So here we are, in the calm country at the end of our long walk, where the fighting has faded and the fires have burned down to embers, and there is time, at last, for the softest and most wondering question of all. How do we even know? All these things I have told you tonight, the boys sent away at 7, the tournament at Nice, the finger of Ulrich von Liechtenstein, the burning rides across France, the 3 million crowns for a king, the 30 men fighting in a field in Brittany. How can anyone possibly know these things, 700 years and more after the last of those men lay down and died? Where did it all come from? What thread reaches back across that dark gulf of time and connects us to them? And the answer is one of the quiet wonders of the world, and it is a good thing to fall asleep thinking about, because it is a story of survival, of fragile things lasting against all the odds, of voices carried across the centuries by the thinnest of threads. Let us follow those threads one by one, slowly, in the last calm stretch of the night. The first thread, and the richest, is writing. There were people in the Middle Ages whose whole purpose was to write down what happened, to record the deeds of their age so that they would not be forgotten. We call them chroniclers. Chronicler was a kind of historian, though not quite like a historian today. He set down the events of his time, the wars and the treaties, the weddings and the funerals of the great, the battles and the sieges, and the strange happenings year by year, so that those who came after would know. And it is from these chroniclers, above all, that so much of what we know about the knights has come down to us. And the greatest of them all, when it comes to the world of the knight, the age of chivalry at its height, was a man named Jean Froissart. If you remember one name from this last quiet part of our journey, let it be his, because more than almost anyone, he is the reason we can picture the knightly world at all. Jean Froissart was born in the town of Valenciennes, in what is now the borderland between France and Belgium, around the year 1337. He lived through the great years of the 100 Years' War, the very years we have wandered through tonight, the years of the Black Prince and King John and the burning chevauchés. And he spent his long life, more than 50 years of it, doing one thing above all others: gathering the stories of his age and writing them down in a vast work we simply call his chronicles. Picture the kind of man he was, because it helps you understand what we have and what we must be careful of. Froissart was not a soldier. He was a churchman and a poet, a courtly man, a man welcome in the halls of the great. And he used that welcome. He travelled. He went from court to court, from lord to lord, across many lands, and everywhere he went he did the thing that made him great. He talked to people. He questioned the knights and the nobles who had been there, who had fought in the battles and ridden on the raids and seen the great events with their own eyes. He sat with old warriors and drew out their memories. He gathered eyewitness accounts, first-hand tellings, the words of the men who had lived it. And he wove all of it together into his enormous, glittering, endlessly detailed account of the age. His chronicles run across the better part of a century, from around 1325 to nearly the year 1400, and they remain, to this day, the single most important and most vivid window we have into the world of feudal chivalry at its peak. When you picture a medieval battle, a medieval court, a medieval knight, you are very likely, without knowing it, picturing something that first reached the world through the pen of Jean Froissart. But now, softly, we must add the shadow to the picture, because it matters, and because naming it is part of telling the truth. Froissart is a glorious source. He is also not a perfectly reliable one, and the careful people who study these things have known it for a long time. And it is worth understanding why, because it teaches us something gentle and important about how we know the past at all. For one thing, Froissart loved the night. He admired them enormously. He believed with his whole heart in the beautiful ideals of chivalry, in honour and courage and noble deeds. And a man who loves his subject that much does not always see it clearly. He tends to show the shining side, the brave and courteous side, and to look past the uglier parts. The burning of the villages, the suffering of the poor, the greed underneath the glory, these get less of his attention than the gallant charges and the honourable gestures. His is a knight's eye view of the knightly world, told with a knight's own sympathies, and it glows a little brighter and cleaner than the harder truth. For another, he depended on his patrons, the great lords who welcomed him and supported him, and he tended, as such men did, to tell their stories kindly, favour the side of those who fed and housed him. And beyond that, there are simply the ordinary errors of a man writing across 50 years about events all over Europe, many of which he did not see himself, gathered from the memories of others, memories that fade and shift and grow in the telling. His dates are sometimes wrong. His geography is sometimes tangled. His numbers, especially the sizes of armies and the counts of the fallen, are often far too large, swollen, the way numbers always swell when men remember great and terrible days. He gives us battles with far more men in them than could really have been there, casualties beyond what the true figures could have been. Do you see why I have kept saying, all through tonight, that a number is reported rather than certain, that a tale is a man's own telling and may be polished? It is because of exactly this. Our windows onto that world, even the best of them, even the great and irreplaceable Froissart, are made of human glass, warped a little by love and loyalty and faulty memory and the simple hunger for a good story. This is not a reason to despair, and it is certainly not a reason to think we know nothing. We know a great deal. We know it the way you know a face glimpsed in candlelight, real and there and recognizable, but softened at the edges, uncertain in its exact lines, needing to be looked at with care and with kindness and with a gentle skepticism. And that is why the people who study the past do not rely on any one voice alone, not even Froissart. They gather many voices. Other chroniclers wrote too from other lands with other loyalties, and their accounts can be set beside his, so that where they agree we can trust more firmly, and where they disagree we can see the uncertainty honestly. A chronicler who favoured the French, and a chronicler who favoured the English, telling the same battle, together give us something closer to the truth than either alone. Past comes into focus not through one perfect witness, for there is no such thing, but through the patient laying of many imperfect witnesses side by side, until the shape they share begins to show through. There is something deeply restful in that, I think, if you let it settle. The knowledge that we reach these long dead men, not through certainty, but through care. Through the loving, patient, humble work of holding many faded voices up to the light and listening for what they share. It is a gentle kind of knowing, an honest kind, one that admits what it cannot be sure of. And at the centre of it, for the world of the night, sits that one man, Jean Froissart, travelling from court to court across a lifetime, sitting with old soldiers, drawing out their memories, writing it all down, so that we, 700 years later, lying warm in the dark, might still know how they lived. Be the thought you rest in now. Poet with a pen, gathering the memories of a vanishing world so that it would not vanish after all. In a little while we will follow the other threads that reach us, the records and the stones and the surviving things. But for now, rest. Picture Froissart at his desk in the candlelight, writing through the quiet hours, and let your own eyes grow heavy, and let the night carry you gently on. The chronicles are the first thread, and the brightest, but they are far from the only one. If we knew the nights only through men like Froissart, we would know their glory, but not their ordinary days, their battles, but not their business, the stories they told about themselves, but not the quiet paper trail their lives left behind. And so let us follow the other threads now, in the deep calm of the night, because each of them reaches us in its own quiet way, and together they let us check the shining stories against the plainer truth. The second thread is records. Not stories written to be admired, but the dull, humble, priceless paperwork of a working world. Because the Middle Ages, especially in its later centuries, was a world that wrote things down far more than we often imagine. Poems and chronicles, but accounts, lists, receipts, the everyday paper of getting things done, and an astonishing amount of it survived, tucked away in the archives of kingdoms and churches and great households, waiting patiently across the centuries for someone to read it again. Think of what these records hold. There were the account books of kings and lords where every payment was set down, and it is from records exactly like these that we know such things as the price of a war horse, that King Edward paid his enormous sum for a single destrier, because a clerk wrote the payment in a book and the book survived. There were the court rolls, the records of the local courts that governed the villages and the manors, where the small disputes and crimes and dealings of ordinary life were recorded year by year, and from these we can reconstruct the world of the peasant and the working of the manor and the daily machinery of the knightly estate. There were the tax records listing who owed what, which tell us who held which land and what it was worth. There were the muster rolls of armies, listing the men who served, so that we can sometimes count the real size of a force and set it against the swollen numbers of the chroniclers. There were charters and grants and wills, where people gave and received and left behind their property, so that we can trace families and lands and fortunes across the generations. None of this is glamorous. No one wrote a court roll to thrill the reader or to honour a hero. That is exactly why it is so precious. Because the humble record was not trying to impress anyone, it did not lie the way a proud chronicle might lie. It simply set down, for practical reasons, what was paid and owed and held and done. And so, when we want to check a beautiful story against the plainer truth, when we want to know what a knight's life really cost, or how big an army really was, or what a village really produced, we turn from the glowing chronicle to the dry account book, and there, in the clerk's careful hand, we often find the harder facts. two kinds of source correct each other. The chronicle gives us the drama and the meaning. The record gives us the numbers and the bones. And the truth lives somewhere in between them, checked and balanced, drama against ledger. The third thread is the things themselves, the objects. The diggers and the keepers of old treasures call the material remains, which is only a solemn way of saying the actual stuff that is left. Because the knights did not only leave words behind, they left things. And things, in their silent way, can tell us truths that no writer ever set down. We have already met the greatest example of this tonight. The armour. Real suits of medieval armour survive, kept safe in the great collections of the world, and because they survive we can do what no chronicle could ever let us do. We can weigh them. We can measure them. We can study how the plates are jointed and how the weight is spread, and we can know for certain, past all argument, that a battle harness weighed around 50 pounds and let a man move freely. The object settles what the stories could only suggest. A thing you can hold in your hands does not exaggerate the way a proud old soldier's memory might. It simply is what it is, and it tells you the truth by being real. And it is not only armour. Swords survive, so that we know their true weight and balance, and can lay to rest the myth of the clumsy iron bar. Castles survive, whole or in ruins, so that we can walk their halls and climb their towers and understand how these people lived and defended themselves and arranged their world in stone. Buried remains of old battlefields are sometimes found and studied with great care, and they can tell us hard and quiet truths about how men really fought and fell, truths no chronicler thought to write. Coins survive by the many thousands, so that we understand the money of the age, the very gold that ransoms were counted in. Even the small things survive, the buckles and the badges and the everyday objects, each one a tiny fixed point of certainty in the shifting fog of the past. And there is one kind of surviving thing that I find especially moving, here at the quiet end of our night, and I want to share it with you before we drift into the very last stretch. It is the tomb. Because when a great knight died, he was often laid to rest beneath a carved stone image of himself, a sculpture set upon or above his grave, showing him as he wished to be remembered. We call these carved figures effigies. And they survive, many of them, in the old churches and cathedrals across Europe, quiet stone knights lying on their backs in the dim light, hands folded in prayer, carved in their armour, often with a faithful stone dog or a lion resting at their feet, and their swords at their sides. Think of what these stone knights give us. They show us the armour as it was worn, carved by people who saw the real thing, so that we can read the changing fashions of war down the centuries in the changing stone. They show us the faces, or at least the faces these men wished to present, calm and noble and at peace. They show us, in the folded praying hands and the patient waiting pose, exactly how these fierce and worldly men wished to meet eternity, not as warriors in the moment of the charge, but as faithful souls, at rest, at prayer, hopeful of heaven. The greatest and most worldly of them, the burners and the ransomers, chose to be remembered lying quietly with their hands pressed together, waiting for God. And there is the whole puzzle of the night one final time carved in stone. The sword at the side and the praying hands above it. The warrior and the worshipper, in a single figure, lying still in the cool, dim quiet of an old church, 700 years and counting. You can go and stand beside them today, these stone knights. In the great cathedrals and the small country churches, they are still there, lying in the half-light where they have lain for centuries, worn smooth in places by time and by the touch of countless passing hands. The living men are gone beyond all reaching, their voices, their laughter, their fear, all of it long silent. The stone remains, and the armour remains in its glass cases, and the account books remain in their archives, and the great chronicles of Froissart remain on their shelves. Thread by fragile thread, word and number and stone and steel, the past has reached across all that darkness and touched us. It is a fragile bridge and a wondrous one, and it is the only one we have, and tonight it has carried us all the way back to them and all the way home again. That settle into you now, deep and warm, as the night grows late. The dry ledger in the clerk's careful hand. The heavy suit of steel resting quiet in its case. The stone knight lying with folded hands in the dim old church, his sword beside him, his dog at his feet, waiting, still waiting, as he has waited through 7 centuries of nights like this one. In a little while, the last little while, we will let the history go entirely and simply rest with what it all means and drift the rest of the way into sleep. But for now, stay here in the quiet church among the sleeping stone knights, and let your breathing slow, and let yourself grow heavy, and let the old silence hold you. Before we let the history go entirely and drift the last of the way into sleep, there is one more corner of the nightly world I want to walk you through slowly, because it is one of the strangest of all, and because it circles us right back to a man we met early tonight, the man in the goddess costume with the bandaged hand. I mean the whole odd and beautiful and slightly mad business of knightly love. They called, in later ages, courtly love. Because the way these fierce and violent men were taught to love, or at least the way they were taught to speak and sing and dream about love, is one more place where the real thing wandered far away from anything we would expect. We have this soft picture of the knight kneeling before his lady, offering her his devotion, wearing her token into battle. And that picture is true, as far as it goes. But we imagine it as something gentle and simple, a sweet romance. The reality was far stranger, far more elaborate, and far more extreme. Among the nobles of the High Middle Ages, especially in the courts of France and the lands nearby, there grew up a whole art, almost a whole religion, of a particular kind of love. It had its own rules, its own songs, its own poets, its own idea of what love was and how it should be suffered. And suffered is the right word, because at the heart of this kind of love was not happiness. It was longing. Aching, hopeless, endless longing. Here is the shape of it. A knight was to choose a lady to adore, very often a lady he could never truly have, a great lady, married perhaps, or far above him in rank, or in some way forever out of his reach. And that unreachableness was not a problem, was the whole point. He was to serve her, to worship her from a distance, to pour out his devotion in songs and deeds, to make himself better and braver and nobler for her sake, and to expect, in return, almost nothing. A glance, a word, a ribbon to wear on his helm. The love was meant to be a kind of glorious torment, a sweet suffering that ennobled the man who bore it, that drove him to greatness precisely because it was never satisfied. The poets and singers who travelled the courts, the troubadours and minnesingers, made this the great theme of their art, singing endlessly of the pain and the beauty of a love that yearns and is never filled. Now, do you see where Ulrich von Liechtenstein comes from? He was not a lone madman. He was a man who took the fashionable ideal of his age and lived it out to its wildest possible extreme. His cruel and distant lady, who scorned him and doubted him and gave him nothing. His endless, extravagant service. His riding across the land in torment for her sake, breaking his lances in her honour. His willingness to suffer, even to cut away a piece of his own body, to prove a devotion she never returned. He was courtly love made flesh, turned up as high as it would go, until it tipped over into the bizarre. But the impulse behind him, the whole idea that the finest love is a hopeless love, a love that hurts, a love that makes you better by never being satisfied, was the common dream of his whole class. He was only braver, or stranger, or more foolish about acting it out. And it is worth pausing on how genuinely odd this is, because we live in a world that mostly thinks love should make you happy, should be returned, should end in togetherness. These people built an entire beautiful art around the opposite idea, that the highest love was the one you could never have. That yearning was nobler than satisfaction. To suffer faithfully for someone unreachable was the truest proof of a great soul. It is a strange and haunting notion, and it produced some of the most beautiful poetry and song the age ever made, and it shaped how a whole class of people understood the deepest feelings of the human heart. The same men who burned villages and counted ransoms sat in the fire-lit hall in the evening and wept willingly over songs of a love that could never be. But I must add softly a truer and more grounded word here, because the pretty ideal can hide a harder reality, and honesty asks us to see it. This whole beautiful art of courtly love was, in large part, a thing of songs and poems and games, a fashion of the imagination, and we should not mistake it for how ordinary men and women actually lived and married. Because the real lives of noble women in the knightly world were often far from this dream of being worshipped. Marriages among the great were usually not about love at all. They were arrangements made by families to join lands and fortunes and bloodlines, to seal alliances and secure inheritances. A great lady was very often married young to a man chosen for her by her father for reasons of property and power, whether she wished it or not. Her value, in the cold arithmetic of the age, lay largely in the land she brought and the heirs she could provide. That is the plainer truth underneath the songs. And yet, and this is the part worth holding, real noble women were not simply ornaments or bargaining pieces, whatever the arrangements of their marriages. We saw earlier that the lady of a castle was often the true centre of a great household, the second mother to a hall full of borrowed sons, the manager of a vast and complicated home. And there is more than that. When a knight rode off to war, or to a long campaign, or on a pilgrimage or a crusade that might last for years, someone had to hold and run his lands while he was gone. And that someone was very often his wife. Noble women ran the estates in their husbands' absence. They managed the money and the harvests and the servants and the disputes. They defended castles, in real fact, when the men were away and an enemy came, organizing the defense, holding the walls, refusing to yield. Some medieval noblewomen were formidable holders of power in their own right, ruling lands, leading in the absence of their men, shaping the politics of their age from behind the scenes, and sometimes right at the front of them. The dream of courtly love put women on a distant pedestal to be worshipped. The reality often put them in charge, doing the hard and unglamorous work of holding a household and a domain together while the worshipping knights were away chasing their glory. So here, one more time, is our thesis breathing quietly through the story. The legend gives us the simple, sweet romance, the knight and his lady, love as a pretty picture. The reality gives us something far stranger and far richer. A whole art of hopeless, aching, deliberately unsatisfied love, sung in the fire-lit halls and lived out to bizarre extremes by men like Ulrich. And underneath that dream, the harder truth of marriages made for land, and the surprising truth of capable women running the real world while the men sang of worshipping them from afar. Wilder than the legend, and more human, and more tangled in the ways of the heart, just as in the ways of war. That rest in you now, gently, as we begin to let the whole bright and bloody world of the night grow quiet and far away. The troubadour singing in the hall of a love that cannot be. The lady on her distant pedestal, and the same lady, in the plainer truth, holding the keys and running the estate and standing on the walls. It is all so long ago now, and so strange, and yet the longing in those old songs is a longing we still know, and the strength of those women is a strength we still honour. In a little while we will watch the whole age of the night begin, slowly, to end, and then we will simply rest and let the night take us. For now, stay by the fire, and listen to the old song fade, and let your eyes grow heavy and let go. And so we come, softly, to the ending. Not the ending of our night together, not quite yet, but the ending of the night himself, the slow fading of the whole armoured world we have walked through. Because nothing lasts forever, not even a thing as mighty and as deeply rooted as the medieval knight, and the way his age drew to a close is itself a quiet and thoughtful story, a good one to rest in as the night grows deep. For hundreds of years the knight had sat at the very top of the fighting world. The armoured man on the great horse was the master of the battlefield, the deciding force, the thing that ordinary soldiers on foot could rarely stand against. His whole high place in the world, his wealth, his pride, his very reason for being, rested on that simple military fact. When the knights charged, the battle turned. And because that was true, everything else followed. The land and the training and the honour and the code, the whole vast structure built upon the back of the warhorse. But that fact did not last forever. Slowly, over the later centuries, the world changed around the knight, and the ground on which he stood began, quietly, to shift. One of the first cracks came from a humble weapon in the hands of common men. The bow. The knight's own weapon at all, but the weapon of the ordinary foot soldier, the yeoman, the peasant with a longbow. In some of the great battles of the very war we have wandered through tonight, the long war between England and France, massed archers, plain men with bows, loosed their arrows in such numbers and with such force that they could bring down the proud charge of the mounted knights, could pierce the armour and the horses, could turn the flower of chivalry into ruin from a distance, before the knights ever reached them. Imagine what that meant to the knightly mind. The whole point of the knight was that he was better, higher, more powerful than the common man. And here were common men, with a weapon any farmer's son could learn, undoing the greatest knights in the world from far across a field. It was more than a military problem. It was an insult to the entire idea of the knight, a sign that his supremacy was not the law of nature he had always believed it to be. And then, slowly came the greater change, the one that would end the armoured world for good. Gunpowder. The slow arrival, over the later centuries, of the gun. At first the early guns were clumsy, slow, unreliable things, more noise than danger, and the knights could laugh at them. But they grew. They improved year by year, generation by generation, until at last a plain soldier with a firearm, trained in a matter of weeks, could pierce any armour ever made, could strike down the noblest knight from a distance with a weapon that cared nothing for bloodline or honour or years of training. And against that there was finally no answer. No armour thick enough to stop it that a man could still move in. No horse brave enough to charge it that would not be shot down. The whole beautiful, expensive, ancient system of the mounted armoured knight, the fruit of 1,000 years, was made slowly obsolete by a tube of metal and a handful of powder in the hands of an ordinary man. There is something both sad and just in it, and worth resting on gently. The knight had ruled because he was expensive and rare and superbly trained, because it took a fortune and a lifetime to make one of him. The gun undid all of that. Suddenly, the cheap and the many could overthrow the precious and the few. King no longer needed a small band of gloriously trained noblemen on priceless horses. He needed many ordinary men with guns, drilled together, paid together, the beginnings of the professional armies of the modern age. And so the whole world that had made the knight, the world of land granted in exchange for armoured service, the world where the mounted warrior was the master of war, slowly dissolved, because the thing at the centre of it, the knight's supremacy on the battlefield was gone. Did not happen in a day or a year. Nothing so deep ever does. It happened across generations, a slow fading, a gradual slipping away of the knight from the centre of war to its edges and finally out of it altogether. For a long while, the old forms lingered even after the substance had gone. Men still went through the ceremonies. Kings still held tournaments, grander and safer, and more purely for show than ever, long after the tournament had ceased to be real training for a real kind of war. The armour grew ever more beautiful and ornate, more a costume for pageantry than a tool for battle, polished and engraved and gilded, worn to be admired rather than to save a life. The knight became, by slow degrees, less a soldier and more a symbol, less a fact of war and more a memory of one, a beloved image of a nobler age that people were already, even then, beginning to look back on with longing. And that, in a way, is when the legend truly took over from the reality. While the real knights still rode and fought and burned and bled, no one needed to make legends of them because they were simply there, a hard fact of the world. It was only as they faded, as the armoured men slipped out of real war and into memory, that people began to dream them into something purer and gentler than they had ever been. The knight of the storybook, the perfect gentle hero of the code, was in large part a creature of the ages that came after, of people looking back across the growing distance and seeing, in the fading figure, everything noble they wished to believe. Polishing of the legend began almost as soon as the reality started to die. And it has gone on ever since, until the gentle picture in our heads has almost entirely replaced the wild, strange human truth that we have spent this whole long night trying to see clearly. There is a deep and quiet lesson in that, I think, and it is a restful one to hold as we near the end. We do this with the past, always. We smooth it. We soften it. We turn its hard and strange and human reality into something prettier and simpler, a clean story we can love without trouble. And there is no great harm in it most of the time. The legend of the knight is a beautiful thing, and it has inspired people for centuries, and it will go on inspiring them. But there is a special pleasure and a special peace in setting the legend gently aside for a while, as we have tonight, and looking instead at the real men underneath it. 'Cause the real men were more interesting than the legend ever was. Wilder. Yeah. More contradictory. More human. Boys sent from home at 7. Warriors who defied the Pope for love of the game. A man in a goddess costume with his finger in the mail. King who chose a cell over a broken word. Stone knights lying with folded hands, sword at the side, dog at the feet, waiting 700 years in the dim light of an old church. All of it real. All of it more than the legend. Let that settle into you now, warm and deep, as the last of the history grows quiet. The longbow and the gun, undoing the armoured world. The knight slipping slowly from war into memory, and the legend rising up to take his place. And underneath the legend, always, the real and stranger men, more worth knowing than any storybook hero. We have very nearly reached the end of our night now, you and I. There is only the last quiet stretch left, where we let go of the history altogether and simply rest with what it all means and drift the rest of the way down into sleep. Let your breathing slow. Let your body grow heavy. And let us begin gently to say good night. So let us set the history down, now, gently, the way you would set down a heavy book at the end of a long evening, and simply rest a while with what it all means. We have walked a long way together tonight through almost the whole world of the medieval night, and now, at the end, there is time only to sit quietly with the feeling of it, and to let it carry us the rest of the way into sleep. Here is the thought I keep returning to, and I offer it to you softly, to turn over in your mind as you drift. How strange it is, and how moving, that these people are at once so far from us and so close. So far, first of all. Think of the distance. 700 years and more separate you, lying warm and safe in your bed tonight, from the boy sent away to be a page, from the knights dying in the dust at Neus, from Ulrich riding the roads in his goddess costume, from the King of France choosing his cell. Their world had no electricity, no engines, no medicine as we know it, no clocks in every room, none of the 1,000 things we lean on without a thought. They believed things we no longer believe, that a comet was a warning, that a sword fight could reveal the truth of heaven, that a saint's bone could turn a blade. They lived shorter lives, harder lives, closer to hunger and cold and sudden death than most of us will ever come. If you could stand among them for a single hour, so much would seem alien and strange and hard to understand. They are gone into a distance so deep that only the thinnest threads of word and stone and steel reach back to us at all. And yet how close they are too when you look past the strangeness to the hearts underneath. Because what were they really beneath the armour and the odd beliefs and the vanished world? They were people. People who loved and feared and hoped and grieved and wanted more than anything to matter, to be remembered, to have their lives mean something. The boy sent from home at 7 was homesick, the way any child is homesick, missing his mother in a strange cold hall. The knights who could not give up their beloved tournament, even against the Pope, wanted what we all want, the thing they loved, the thrill and the glory and the company of their friends. Ulrich, for all his madness, only wanted to be loved, and to prove it, and to be seen proving it. The king who went back to captivity to keep his word wanted to be a man of honour, to be true to himself, more than he wanted to be comfortable or safe. These are not alien wants. These are the oldest and most human wants there are. Strip away the 700 years, and the armour, and the strange old world, and you find people whose hearts beat with the very same longings as your own. That is the quiet wonder at the centre of all history, I think, and it is a restful thing to hold as you fall asleep. That the human heart has changed so little. that across all that gulf of time, across all the strangeness of their vanished world, these people wanted the same handful of simple things we want. To belong somewhere. To be good at something. To be brave when it mattered. To love and be loved. To leave some small mark that would outlast them. To be remembered. The stone knight, lying in the dim church with his hands folded in prayer, wanted to be remembered, and here you are, 700 years later, remembering him in the dark on the edge of sleep. His wish came true. Across all that time, his quiet wish came true tonight in you. And there is something else in it, something even gentler that I want to give you before we say good night. The knowledge that all their striving, all that fierce and glorious and terrible effort, the burning and the fighting and the counting of gold and the swearing of vows, has come in the end to this. To quiet. To stone knights sleeping in cool churches. To armor resting silent in glass. To names in an old book, read now and then by someone who wonders about. All that noise and passion and violence, all that desperate wanting, has settled at last into a great and peaceful stillness, the stillness of the long past, where nothing hurts any more, and nothing is at stake, and it is all simply over, and quiet, and done. There is a deep comfort in that, if you let it reach you. Because your own day, whatever was in it, whatever worried you or pressed on you or would not let you rest, your own day too will one day settle into that same great stillness. All the things that feel so urgent tonight, the things undone, the things unsaid, the small anxieties that circle in the dark, they too will pass and soften and settle and be quiet at last, the way the whole roaring world of the night has gone quiet. The knights fought as if their battles were the most important things that would ever happen, and now they sleep in the stone, and the world turned on, and the grass grew back over the fields where they bled, and it was all right in the end. It became peaceful. It became still. And so will everything that weighs on you tonight. That is the gift the deep past gives us if we listen for it. The reminder that the storm always passes, and the stillness always comes, and the stillness is kind. So let their long rest be a permission for your own. If the fierce knights of 700 years ago can lay down their swords and their fears and their endless wanting, and sleep so quietly in the cool stone, then surely you can lay down the small weights of a single day and rest, and let the night hold you as gently as the old church holds its sleeping stone knights. There is nothing you need to carry into sleep. Nothing you need to solve tonight. The knights have laid it all down. You can lay it down too. Let that settle into you now, warm and deep and slow. How far away they are, and how near. How strange and how familiar. How fiercely they lived, and how quietly they rest now. And how all of it, in the end, all the striving and the noise, comes down to the same soft stillness that is reaching for you now, in your bed, in the dark, at the end of the day. Let your breathing slow. Let your body grow heavier. We are nearly at the end now, you and I, and there is only the last little while left, the softest part, where we circle back to where we began and let the night carry you the rest of the way home. Do you remember, a long while ago now, at the very beginning of our night, where we started? Let us go back there softly, because circling home is a gentle way to end. We began at the first grey light of a morning almost 800 years ago. A field at the edge of a town, wet with dew, with the smell of horses and trampled grass and cold iron in the damp air. Men gathering from every road, some laughing, some quietly afraid, come to play a game that would leave some of them rich and some of them ruined and some of them lying still in the field. And we said then that this was where we were going, into the real world of the night, the one underneath the story, and that the deeper we went, the stranger it would get. And it did. We went all the way in. We watched the boy of 7 sent from his mother's house to a cold stone hall to begin the long, long road of becoming a knight. We watched him grow through the years, the page and then the squire, learning to serve and to ride and to fight, until at last, if he lived, he knelt in the chapel through the long dark night of his vigil, or took the quick blow in the mud before a battle, and rose a knight. We stood at the edge of the roaring melee and felt the ground shake. We counted the dead at Neas, softly, 60 men gone at a game, and watched the knights defy the Pope himself for 200 years rather than give that game up. We rode the neat rail of the joust, and met Ulrich in his goddess costume with his finger in the post. We followed the burning chevauchée across France, and felt the shadow of the pool beneath the glory. We watched a king serve his royal prisoner at table, and a ransom set at 3 million crowns, and a king go back to his cell to keep his word. We met the free companies and the English mercenary honoured in an Italian cathedral. We saw men fight to let God speak the truth, and 30 meet 30 in a field for honour. We touched the relics, and read the omens, and heard the wild vows sworn upon a swan. We laid out the beautiful code and looked honestly at how far they kept it and how far they broke it, and watched kings try to lift them toward it with glittering orders of chivalry. We set aside the crane and kept the truth, that the armoured knight was an athlete, not an iron shell. And we followed the fragile threads that let us know any of it, the chronicles and the ledgers and the stone and the steel, all the way back to those long dead men and all the way home again. And now, here at the end, we come back to that grey field where we began, but everything has changed, because now we know what we are looking at. That field is not just a field anymore. It is full of the whole strange world we have walked through tonight. Every man on it is a made thing, a boy shaped over long hard years into a warrior and a lord. Every one of them carries a fortune on his back and beneath him, the price of a farm in the horse alone. Every one of them believes deep down that heaven is watching, that a saint's bone might save him, that his honour is worth more than his life. Every one of them loves this dangerous game so much that neither death nor the fear of hell could keep him from it. They are braver and greedier and stranger and more human than any legend ever made them. And in a little while When the trumpet sounds, they will charge, and the dust will rise, and it will all begin, exactly as it did on 10,000 mornings that are gone now beyond all recall. But you do not have to stay for the charge. You have seen enough tonight. You can let the grey field grow soft now, and quiet and far away. Let the men fade gently into the mist. Let the horses grow still. The whole bright, roaring, long-ago morning dim and settle, like a picture fading into the dark, until there is only the memory of it, soft and warm, the way a story feels when you are almost asleep and can no longer quite tell where it ends and your dreams begin. 'Cause that is where you are now, or nearly. Right at the edge, where the story and the dream begin to blur together. And that is exactly where you are meant to be. All night I have been walking beside you, telling you of these long dead men, not really so that you would remember every date and every name, but so that the sound of the telling, the slow, warm rhythm of it, would carry you here, to this soft edge, and let you slip over it into sleep. The nights have done their work for you tonight. They have kept you gentle company on the long walk down toward rest. And now they can go back to their stillness, and you can follow them down into a stillness of your own, the good and healing stillness of a night's deep sleep. Think, if it pleases you, one last soft time of the stone knight in the dim old church, lying on his back in the cool half-light where he has lain for 700 years, his hands folded in prayer above his heart, his sword resting quiet at his side, the fighting all long over, his faithful stone dog curled at his feet, keeping watch through the centuries, and his face calm and peaceful and utterly at rest, wearing the look of a man who has laid down every burden he ever carried and has nothing left to do but sleep. He fought and he feared and he wanted and he strove as fiercely as any man ever did. And now he simply rests, and it is well with him, and the quiet church holds him gently, night after night after night. Let him be your companion into sleep. Let his deep rest be a picture of your own, reaching for you now. You too have carried your burdens today, your own small battles, your own worries and wants. And now, like the stone knight, you can lay every one of them down. There is nothing left to fight tonight. Nothing left to win or lose. Nothing left to do at all but let go and grow heavy and sink down into the soft dark and rest. The sword laid down. The hands folded. The long day over. Quiet closing in, warm and kind all around you. Let your breathing slow now, slower still, each breath a little deeper and a little further apart. Let the last of the day drain away out of your shoulders, out of your arms, out of your hands. Let your body grow heavy against the bed, heavier and heavier, held and safe. There is nothing more to hear tonight but this quiet voice, growing softer, and your own slow breath, and the great gentle stillness of the sleeping past, holding you the way the old church holds its sleeping nights. Stay here with me a little longer, in the soft dark, And let me tell you a few last small things quietly, the kind of small human things that are the sweetest to fall asleep on. Not the great battles or the grand ideas, but the little details, the ones that make you feel, for just a moment, that you could reach across the 700 years and touch the hand of someone who lived and breathed and is long gone now. Think of the ordinary evening. We spend so much time on the fighting because the fighting is what got written down, but most of a night's life, like most of anyone's life, was not battle at all. It was ordinary days. Mornings and meals and weather. A knight woke most days, not to war, but to the quiet business of living. He heard Mass in the cold chapel with his breath showing in the air. He ate his bread in the great hall among the same familiar faces. He went out to see to his horses and stood a while with a favourite one, running a hand down its neck, the way people have always stood with the animals they love. He worried about his lands, his harvest, the roof that needed mending, the debt that needed paying, the son who would not settle to his lessons. He grew tired in the evenings, as we all do, and sat by the fire and listened to the songs, and let his eyes grow heavy, and went at last to his bed and slept. Most of his days were quiet days. The legend only kept the loud one. Think of the friendship. Those boys who grew up together in the great households far from home, learning the sword and taking their bruises side by side, they formed bonds that lasted their whole lives. Men who had trained together as boys, who had stood at each other's elbows in the terror of their first real battle, who had captured and been captured and ransomed and feasted together, knew one another in a way that is hard to describe, the deep old friendship of men who have been through hard things together. They loved their friends fiercely and simply. They mourned them when they fell. Somewhere in the old records are men grieving for the companions of their youth, and that grief reaches across the centuries unchanged, because the loss of an old friend feels the same in any age. Think of the small kindnesses that slip through even in that hard world. The lady of the castle who was a second mother to a hall full of homesick boys. The knight who lent his weapons and his horse to a stranger at the bridge, so that no man should be shamed by mere lack of gear. The victor who served his defeated enemy at table with his own hands out of respect. The whole strange tangle of courtesy that ran through even their violence, the sense that there was a right way to treat one another, a grace to be shown even to an enemy. Did not reach everyone, we know that, and we have not pretended otherwise tonight. But it was real where it reached, and there is something tender in the fact that these hard men reached for gentleness at all, that even in a world of burning and ransom they held on to the idea that honour meant being kind, sometimes when you did not have to be. And think, last of all, of the sleep. Because they slept these nights just as you are about to sleep. They lay down at the end of their long, hard days in their cold stone rooms under their heavy blankets, and they closed their eyes and they let the dark take them exactly as you are doing now. They knew the same simple mercy you know, the mercy of the day ending, of the body growing heavy, of the mind letting go at last and sinking down into rest. Whatever they had done that day, Whatever they had won or lost or feared, at the end of it there was sleep, the same kind sleep that reaches for you now, the great gentle leveller that comes to every human heart alike, the knight and the peasant and the king and you, all of us laid down at last in the same soft dark, all of us carried by the same quiet tide. There is a lovely thought to rest in, that across all the 700 years, across all the strangeness and the distance, this one thing joins you to them perfectly, without any gap at all. They slept. You are about to sleep. The same darkness, the same heaviness in the limbs, the same slow surrender of the day. In this, at least, you are their brother, their sister, their kin across the centuries. And when you slip under tonight, you will be doing the oldest and most human thing there is, the thing the stone knight in the church is doing still, the thing every one of those long dead men did at the end of every long day of their lives. You will be resting. Simply resting. Letting go. Being held by the night. So let go now. There is nothing left to tell. The story is done, and it was a good one, and it has carried us all the way here, to the soft edge of sleep, exactly where we meant to arrive. The nights have gone back to their stillness. The grey field has faded into mist. The stone knight sleeps on in his cool dim church, hands folded, sword at his side, dog at his feet, and now you will sleep too, held just as gently, safe just as surely, carried just as kindly into the dark. Let your breathing slow. Let it grow soft and deep and even. Let each breath be a little slower than the one before. And with each one, let yourself sink a little further down, a little deeper into the warm dark, a little closer to the quiet country of sleep, where the whole long day and the whole long past and every burden you have ever carried all melt gently away into rest. We have come now to the very end of our night together, and there is nothing left to do but rest. So let this last little while be the softest of all, just a quiet voice and your slow breathing and the warm dark closing gently around you. You do not need to remember any of it. That is worth knowing as you drift. You do not need to hold on to a single date or name or story. Let them all go, softly, like leaves floating away on dark water. The boy sent from home, the dust at Neas, the man in the goddess costume, the burning fields, the ransomed king, the 30 men in the meadow, the stone knight in the church. Let them all drift away now, out of your hands, back into the deep quiet past where they belong. They will keep. They are in no hurry. They have waited 700 years, and they will wait as long as you need, and they will still be here, whole and gentle, any night you wish to walk among them again. You might like to rest with us again some night, when the day has worn you thin, and you need a quiet voice to walk beside you down towards sleep. There is always another story told softly, waiting here in the dark. But not now. Now there is only rest. So let your body grow heavy against the bed. Feel it settling, sinking, held completely, safe and warm. Let your feet grow heavy, and your legs, all the weight of them melting down into the mattress. Let your hands grow heavy, and your arms resting soft and still. Let your shoulders drop all the way down, away from your ears. All the holding of the day finally let go. Let the small muscles of your face soften, your jaw loosening, your brow growing smooth, your eyes resting closed and still. Let every part of you grow heavy and warm and quiet, from the crown of your head all the way down, until there is nothing left to hold, nothing left to carry, nothing left to do but breathe and sink and rest. And let your breathing slow. In gently and out slowly. In and out. Each breath a little deeper. Each breath a little softer. Each one carrying you further down, further into the warm dark, further from the long day behind you, and deeper into the quiet country of sleep. There is nothing you need to think about. Nothing you need to solve. Nothing that cannot wait for the morning. The whole world can keep safe and sound while you rest. Everything is taken care of. Everything is quiet. Everything is well. The nights are sleeping now, in their cool stone, hands folded, at peace. The old chroniclers have closed their books. Candles have burned down. The great field is dark and still. The whole long past has grown quiet and gentle and kind, and it holds you now as softly as the earth holds the sleeping stone nights, as softly as the night holds the whole sleeping world. You are safe. You are warm. You are held. And there is nothing left in all the world for you to do but let go and sink and sleep. Let your breathing slow. Let your body grow heavy. Rest now all the way, deep and warm and safe. Sleep well. Good night.